Chapter 435. Facing the siege of the 9 luminary soldiers, Guyu and the others found it extremely difficult to resist. The attacks did not only come from the 9 luminary soldiers in front of them, but there were also countless long-range attacks coming from the back. Under the overwhelming attacks, no matter how strong the few of them were individually, they were gradually unable to hold on. Under such circumstances, Guyu even spent a lot of money to purchase a batch of auxiliary tools from the shop in order to hold on a little longer. At this moment, they felt that it was almost time. From their point of view, Murphy and little Pomelo should have taken the little Baldy away. However, at this moment, Sun Chi's voice suddenly came from above. "What the F*** CK? Why is that idiot here? Sun Chi, what's going on?" Xueli, who was killing the enemies, could not help but ask. "That damn bald donkey, he ran in our direction. He's now mixed in with the 9 luminary soldiers and getting beaten up. F***CK. At this moment, everyone in the team cursed. They were speechless at such a stupid teammate. They were desperately resisting the enemy to buy time for the little Baldy to escape, but they did not expect the Baldy to run in their direction. "I'm going to save him. You guys hold on," Ao Jian said in a deep voice. He then waved his right arm, and the 9 spiritual swords lined up in front of him, forming a circular lotus sword formation, and began to push forward. "Ao Jian, it's all up to you." Lu Chai roared and slammed his crimson right arm on the ground, sending a group of soldiers flying. Without Ao Jian, the pressure on the team increased tremendously. Fortunately, Yi Shui, Er's fire dragon, came in handy at this moment. It blocked Ao Jian's previous position and blocked the attacking soldiers. There was no doubt about Ao Jian's strength. As the sword formation rotated, sword aura crisscrossed, and soon a path was cleared. However, he also felt the pressure at this moment because the sword formation consumed too much energy, and he felt that he could not hold on for much longer. However, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. As he pushed forward, he soon arrived near Yuan Fang's position. At this moment, Yuan Fang was still lying on the ground, surrounded by the 9 luminary soldiers. He screamed from time to time, "Monk, come with me." Following Ao Jian's angry roar, a huge spiritual sword shot from afar, crushing all the soldiers in the surrounding area. Then the giant spiritual sword collapsed and separated, turning back into 9 spiritual swords. "Thank you." Yuan Fang quickly got up from the ground and ran toward Ao Jian along the path. The 9 spiritual swords protected Yuan Fang, killing the soldiers who were attacking from all directions and escorting him to Ao Jian's side. "Go!" Ao Jian let out a furious roar. As he turned around, he clasped 2 of his fingers together to form a sword finger. Once again, he manipulated the spiritual sword to initiate the massacre, clearing a path for Yuan Fang to Guyu and the others. Under the protection of Ao Jian, Yuan Fang ran all the way and finally reached a safe area. At this moment, Ao Jian finally could not hold on any longer. The spiritual power in his body was exhausted, and he was surrounded by the surrounding soldiers. However, he did not give up. He gripped his sword with both hands and began to fight with all his might. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong Ao Jian was, he could not hold on for long. He fell to the ground and turned into a black fog. Game notification. Team member Ao Jian has died. Hearing the game notification, Xueli could not help but slap the round Baldy's head. "Damned bald donkey, don't you know how to run? Why are you running into a pit?" When Yuan Fang heard this, he rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. "I didn't want to either. The earth elemental blocked my way, so I could only run forward." "What? You were discovered by the earth elemental. What about Murphy and little Pomelo?" Yi Shui stared at him and asked. "They are dragging the earth elemental, and let me run first," Yuan Fang said in a slightly aggrieved tone. Slap. Hearing this, Xueli could not help but slap Yuan Fang's bald head again. "Why did you run when I told you to?" Don't you know that we'll live and die together? Scumbag. Yuan Fong was speechless. Little monk, stand in the center area and protect yourself, Guyu said. With Ao Jian dead, the pressure on everyone increased dramatically. Even with Sun Qi and Feng Ling's double healing, they could not hold on any longer. Big Boss Gu, this won't do. We can't kill all the 9 luminaries. If we can't get out, we'll still die in the end. Lu Chai could not help but roar. Gu Yu's expression was extremely solemn. This was because in the plan of this battle, they were to be sacrificed to buy time for Murphy and little Pomelo. However, the target they were supposed to rescue had come to their sacrificial team. This made them feel very helpless and even helpless. Under such circumstances, they were surrounded by dozens of layers of 9 luminary soldiers. Even if they could fly, they could not fly out at all. Moreover, once the Earth Elemental had killed Murphy and little Pomelo, they would definitely come looking for them. By that time, they would not be able to leave. Damn bald donkey. I guess you'll be sent back to prison again. Sun Qi could not help but grit his teeth in the sky. I'm sorry to be a burden to all of you, Yuan Fong said in a slightly wronged manner. Everyone, hold on a little longer and think of another way. Feeling helpless, Guyu could only say so. F***CK, I've got an idea. At this moment, Sun Qi suddenly howled. Say it. F***CK, we can't hold on any longer, stupid dog. Lu Chai could not help but roar when he heard that. Big Boss Lu Chai, don't you have an ultimate sacrificial skill? Is it called Sea God Transformation? Use it now. Sun Qi quickly roared. F***CK. At this moment, Lu Chai really wanted to grab Sun Qi in his hand and punch his face a few thousand times with his iron fist. Although the title sacrifice was a very powerful ability, Lu Chai was traumatized after using it once. He almost became autistic because of it. If he were to use the Sea God body, wouldn't he return to level 0 again? Yeah, Big Boss Lu, the Sea God body, Xue Li said with bright eyes. F***CK, I don't need it, Lu Chai said gloomily. After thinking for a while, he still posted the details of the title Sacrificial Skill on the team's public channel. Title Sacrificial Skill, Special Sacrificial Skill. Skill Introduction, a gift from the Sea God. Once this skill is activated, the user can choose to sacrifice some tributes to receive the blessing of the Sea God. Selectable tributes: soul coins, equipment, health points, attribute points, spiritual materials, spiritual ores, experience points level, skill hint. The tributes cannot be returned after resurrection. F***CK, this skill is really exciting. Xue Li could not help but exclaim. Don't interrupt. At this moment, Yi Xue suddenly appeared beside Xue Li and helped him kill a 9 luminary soldier who was attacking them. Do you think I dare to use it? If I want to bring him out under the siege of so many 9 luminary soldiers, I'll have to sacrifice all my levels and equipment. This is my year's worth of hard work. Lu Chai said helplessly. I have an idea, Big Boss Lu. Spiritual materials will work too, right? I have 30,000 level 1 spiritual materials in my space. Is that enough? Guyu said excitedly. F***CK, how would I know? Why don't we give it a try? Lu Chai's eyes suddenly lit up. Deal. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time and repelled a wave of enemies. Then they decisively opened the trade. In order to speed up the trade, Guyu directly ticked the option of all spiritual materials and traded all the spiritual materials in his space in one go. At the same time he received the spiritual materials, Guyu also activated the title Sacrificial Skill. Skill hint: title Sacrificial Skill is activated. Please choose the method of sacrifice. Sacrifice all the spiritual materials in his space. After the choice was made, a blue wave came crashing down from the sky and crashed where Lu Chai was. Then it formed a circle of blue ring-shaped water wave that rotated rapidly around him and came into contact with Lu Chai's body. The body, formed by the water elements, quickly formed in the rolling waves. For limbs, torso, head, roar. Accompanied by an angry roar, the water ball was smashed, revealing Lu Chai, who was in the sea god's blessing state. His body was 4 meters tall, and his entire body was formed by translucent blue energy. Behind him was a sea god scepter that was shining in a bright blue light. It looked very domineering and was filled with divinity. Beginner Ghost King lasts for 10 minutes. Lu Chai shouted excitedly. With the strength of a Ghost King, he was completely confident that he could escape with Yuan Fong. At this moment, everyone in the team was overjoyed. They knew that there was hope for them to escape. However, before they could rejoice for a few seconds, they saw Earth Yao's figure suddenly descending from the sky and slapping them with his palm. F***CK. Everyone cursed. They thought that they had a chance to escape, but they did not expect Earth Yao to come. One must know that Earth Yao also had the strength of a beginner Ghost King. Moreover, there were so many soldiers from the 9 luminaries around them. On the other hand, Lu Chai's sea god's body could only last for 10 minutes. It was impossible for them to escape under Earth suppression. Facing Earth Yao's attack, Lu Chai immediately roared and smashed his right fist upward. Boom! The moment the fist collided with the palm, Lu Chai's body became shorter. Countless blisters appeared on his right arm. However, this time, Earth Yao was also slapped away by this collision. Well done! Sun Chi could not help but shout. Well done, my A***S. He's stronger than me. That punch took away 1/10 of my HP. I didn't fly away because I'm standing on the ground. Sun Chi was speechless. It's over. Yi Shui said dispiritedly. Monk, do you have any abilities? You can't just stand and watch, right? Shui Li immediately turned to look at Yuan Fong. I have percentage damage reduction and fixed damage reduction. I'm more resistant. Yuan Fong answered honestly. Hearing this, Chen Ziyu was stunned for a moment. Then he was pleasantly surprised. I have an idea. Cast. Everyone roared. Winchim has an ultimate single-target blessing ability that increases the target's HP by 3,000 points. The duration is also 10 minutes. Ask him to use this skill on Little Baldy. Then ask Lu Chai to use Little Baldy as a shield. Let's give it a try. While speaking, Lu Chai grabbed the dumbfounded Yuan Fong and held him in his left hand, using him as a shield. Dog, don't use group healing. Heal boss Lu alone. We'll have to rely on him to break out of the encirclement. Okay. Hearing this, Sun Chi immediately turned off group healing. Then he flew to Lu Chai's back and lay on it, activating continuous single healing. At this time, Windlings started chanting. Countless runes began to surround Yuan Fong in Lu Chai's hand, increasing his HP. Seeing this, Lu Chai took out a pile of potions from the channel and traded them to Yuan Fong. Take all of these potions, quick! Although Yuan Fong was reluctant, he still obediently consumed the amplification potion. At the same time, Lu Chai also began to swallow the potions. Defense potion, health potion, speed potion, recovery potion, fire potion, strength potion. A bunch of potions were poured into his mouth. Fire Dragon, go and be boss Lu's mount. Yi Shui said to her pet. The Fire Dragon immediately flapped its wings and came to Lu Chai's side in the sea god form. Lu Chai rode on it. At this moment, Lu Chai felt extremely powerful. Not to mention the various potions, he had a great defensive shield on his left hand, a sea god scepter on his right, a fire dragon under his crotch, and a super healer on his back. He was invincible. Brothers, I suddenly don't want to run anymore. Believe it or not, I can kill this earthen. Lu Chai suddenly said in the live chat channel. Looking at Lu Chai in the ultimate form, Gu Yu and the others were stunned. After thinking about it, they could not help but nod. Chapter 436. Lu Chai was 4 meters tall in the state of sea god body, and his entire body was surrounded by water elements. At this moment, his left hand was holding a sparkling golden cube that was surrounded by countless amplification runes, while his right hand was holding the sea god scepter that was overflowing with light and resplendent blue light. Lu Chai felt that he was really strong with the addition of Sun Qi, who was lying on his back and the fire dragon under his crotch. Therefore, he did not want to leave anymore. At this moment, he even wanted to kill them all. Seeing Guyu and the others nodding their heads, Lu Chai raised his head excitedly and let out a roar. The fire dragon under his crotch suddenly spewed out flames and swept an empty space. Don't even think about leaving. At this moment, Earth appeared from the right and swung his fist at Lu Chai with a hideous smile. He had already realized that Lu Chai's strength was still far from his. It would not be difficult for him to kill all of them. F***CKU. I won't stop until you're dead. Lu Chai immediately turned around and swung Yuan Fong at Earth. Bang! After a brief silence, the violent airflow blew all the surrounding soldiers away and the ground sank. At this moment, Yuan Fong's head was buzzing and he was completely stunned by the attack. He felt as if his soul had left his body and his eyes widened subconsciously. Game notification. Received 3218 damage from Earth. Fixed damage reduction of 500 points. 55% damage reduction of 1495 points. Total damage reduction of 1995 points. Total damage reduction of 1223 points. Game notification. Received Earth's attack. 15% damage reflection. Maximum damage reflection at level 1 is 2000 points. Total damage reduction of 300 points. When the game notification appeared, Earth suddenly felt an inexplicable force surging into his body, causing his body to tremble. Dog, heal the bald donkey. Lu Chai shouted in ecstasy when he saw that it was effective. Okay. Dog, who was lying on Lu Chai's back, immediately targeted Yuan Fong and restored his health back to full in a moment. Haha. At this moment, Lu Chai was extremely excited. He waved his right arm and smashed the sea god's scepter toward Earth. Earth was shocked and immediately tried to dodge to the side. At this moment, the fire dragon suddenly stretched out its head and bit Earth's left leg, preventing him from leaving. Bang! The blow accurately hit Earth's head. Violent water elements overflowed from the sea god scepter and frantically washed over Earth's body. Eat my leg! Suddenly, Lu Chai leaped up from the fire dragon's back. Like a whip, his right leg lashed out at Tu Yao's head, causing him to fall to the ground. Roar! At this moment, Earth Yao was infuriated. The moment he fell to the ground, the yellowish aura around him surged and quickly covered the surface of his fist. Then he turned around and threw a punch at Lu Chai. This punch was powerful and heavy, as if a mountain was pressing down. Upon seeing this, Lu Chai raised his Yuan Fong without hesitation and pushed it forward. Boom! The ground caved in once more. This attack caused Yuan Fong, who had just regained his senses, to fall into a trance again. He felt as if he was drifting in the boundless starry sky, surrounded by stars. Blurg! Yuan Fong couldn't help but retch. Go Z, fill it up, Lu Chai said as he stepped forward again. Taking advantage of the fact that Yao Tu's qi and blood were surging due to the recoil, Lu Chai smashed a scepter on Yao Tu's face again, sending him flying dozens of meters away. This scene dumbfounded Guyu and the others who were not far away. Although they thought that Lu Chai might be able to compete with Earth Yao in his current state, they did not expect him to be able to suppress Earth Yao. At this moment, Lu Chai was extremely excited. He only had one thought at the moment, which was to take advantage of the 10 minutes of transformation to completely kill Earth Yao. Roar! Earth Yao stood up again. This time, the way he looked at Lu Chai became extremely ferocious. His body surface was gradually covered by the yellowish aura, causing the ground to tremble. Countless pieces of soil floated into the air and began to gather on his body. In the blink of an eye, Earth Yao had transformed into an earth giant that was 6 meters tall. The mountain mark on his forehead was overflowing with light, constantly solidifying his earth giant's body. "Those who oppose me shall die," Earth Yao said as his body flashed and dashed toward Lu Chai. At this moment, Earth Yao was completely enraged. He planned to attack with all his might and completely defeat Lu Chai. Lu Chai was not afraid. He immediately patted the fire dragon and dashed toward Earth Yao. The battle between the two giants began once again. However, Lu Chai only had one tactic, which was to use Yuan Fong to block the attacks and take advantage of the time when the damage was reflected to launch an attack. To Earth Yao, this tactic was extremely shameless. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. In particular, Yuan Fong's damage feedback could not be blocked even with his earth giant armor. It directly hurt his body, and he could not do anything about it. In such a battle, Lu Chai, Sun Qi, and the fire dragon gradually cooperated with each other. As for Yuan Fong, he was completely used as a shield by Lu Chai. He did not have the slightest ability to control himself and was constantly in a state of dizziness. His health was constantly fluctuating, and he did not even have the energy to howl. At this moment, Yuan Fong really wanted to say to Lu Chai, "Lord Buddha, bless you!" "Earth Yao, can you still do it? Can you break through my defense?" Lu Chai could not help but mock when he waved the sea god staff and smashed it on Earth Yao's head again. Upon hearing this, Earth Yao was infuriated. He initially thought that he could turn Yuan Fong into a black fog with a few punches, so that he could face Lu Chai and kill him. However, he had obviously miscalculated this time. With Sun Qi's support, Yuan Fong was able to quickly recover his HP. Under such circumstances, the more Earth fought, the more depressed he became. On the other hand, Lu Chai became more and more excited. Eventually, he abandoned the sea god scepter and used his fists, which he was best at. Even so, Earth still found it difficult to defend himself. This was the power of a combination. Attack equals Lu Chai, main body. Defense equals Yuan Feng Nanny equals dog amplification equals potion plus wind chime speed equals fire dragon every part, made up for Lu Chai's shortcomings. "This is awesome!" Lu Chai shouted angrily and smashed his fist on Earth Yao's chest again. Suddenly, the soil on Earth Yao's chest cracked and he was forced to retreat. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. "That's awesome! Boss Lu, kill him!" Sun Qi was lying on Lu Chai's back and shouted excitedly, "No problem!" Lu Chai grinned and stepped forward again. He grabbed Earth Yao's right leg with one hand and lifted it up for another shoulder throw. Boom! The ground shook. "Lord Earth Yao is in danger. Everyone follow me." At the back of the 9 Luminaries' army, the ghost commander who was leading the team to besiege Guyu and the others looked extremely serious. They immediately gathered together and charged at Lu Chai. Guyu saw this, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. He leaped forward and blocked their way. "Our battle is not over yet." "Kill!" The few commanders immediately stepped forward and wanted to kill Guyu. Qi Ming and the others saw this and quickly stepped forward to help. This time, the situation of the battle changed. It became Guyu and the others blocking the attacks of the 9 Luminaries' army and the few commanders to buy time for Lu Chai to kill Earth Yao. Knowing the importance of time, Lu Chai's attacks became more and more ferocious. He blocked with his left hand and attacked with his right hand. Under the combination of attack and defense, Earth Yao was forced to retreat. The surface of his body was covered with cracks and soil was falling off continuously. Under Lu Chai's continuous attacks, Earth Yao could not hold on any longer and began to vomit blood. At this moment, if he attacked, he would be injured. If he did not attack, he would still be beaten. He was extremely frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. As the battle continued, the soil on Earth Yao's body fell off in large areas. He panicked. Now his brothers were guarding his big brother Xing Yao's breakthrough to the late Ghost Emperor stage. He was the only one stationed in Beiki, but his opponent's strength was obviously not something he could fight against. If the battle continued like this, he would definitely die. At this time, Earth Yao was not aware of the time limit of Lu Chai's sea god body. After realizing that he was no match for Lu Chai, he suddenly thought of escaping. If he continued to fight, he believed that he would be exhausted to death sooner or later because he could not break through his opponent's defense. Moreover, he was injured now. If he did not run now, he would not have a chance when his strength was exhausted. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. As for the territory of the 9 luminaries' army in Beiki, although he was unwilling to lose it, he knew that as long as his big brother broke through to the late Ghost Emperor stage, it would be a piece of cake for him to take back Beiki. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He turned around and floated into the air, shooting toward the sky, trying to run. Seeing this, Lu Chai immediately patted the fire dragon. The fire dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew up with Lu Chai, chasing after Earth Yao. At this moment, Earth Yao was injured and his flying speed was obviously reduced. Lu Chai's body in the form of water element was not heavy, so the fire dragon did not feel much of a burden. In terms of speed, it was not much slower than Earth Yao. Looking at the time, it was less than 5 minutes. Lu Chai was anxious because the fire dragon's flying speed obviously could not catch up with Earth Yao. If this continued, he would be killed when the transformation time was up, unless he retreated now. However, he had already injured Earth Yao. How could Lu Chai be willing to leave just like that? Thinking of this, Lu Chai summoned the sea god scepter that was floating behind his back into his hand. He began to gather the power of the water element and formed water balls, throwing them toward Earth Yao. At this moment, the land battle had changed to an air battle. As a warrior, Lu Chai also transformed into a sorcerer. However, Lu Chai, who had no spellcasting experience, threw all kinds of water balls off target, making him extremely annoyed. "Boss Lu, are you a pig? You threw it off target. You threw it off target. *CK, you couldn't even throw it at such a close distance just now. If I were you, I would choose to commit suicide. Oh my god, how could you throw it off target like that? What the *CK? Sun Chi, who was lying on Lu Chai's back, kept howling. "Shut up, stupid dog." Lu Chai was extremely helpless. He felt that he was not made to be a sorcerer at all. He could not even throw the water balls at the target. It's over. Earth Yao has run far away. This is a huge loss. Sun Chi could not help but hold his head in disbelief. They initially thought that they could kill Earth Yao this time and make a huge profit. They did not expect that even though they could defeat Earth Yao, it seemed like Earth Yao was about to run away. "Stupid dragon, fly faster." Sun Chi, who was unwilling, immediately climbed from Lu Chai's back to the fire dragon's head. He imitated Lu Chai's tone and shouted angrily. At the same time, he raised his claw and slapped the fire dragon's head. "Roar!" A trace of grievance flashed in the fire dragon's eyes, but it still increased the speed of its wings. However, the distance between the two sides did not shorten. It was still getting further and further away. This filled Lu Chai and the others with unwillingness. Watching such a huge piece of cake flying further and further away, they were in a terrible mood. At this moment, Earth Yao, who was flying, suddenly trembled and slowed down significantly. Drops of blood slid down the surface of its body. Earth Yao, who had suffered a lot of backlash previously, finally could not hold on any longer, and his earth elemental body began to crack. "Oh ho! This is a godsend opportunity. Stupid dragon, come and kill with me." Seeing this scene, Sun Chi's eyes widened. He then arrogantly stepped on the fire dragon's head and shouted at Earth Yao, "Roar!" The fire dragon responded with a roar and flapped its wings wildly. At this moment, the distance between the two sides began to gradually shorten. Lu Chai, Sun Chi's, and the fire dragon's expressions gradually turned ferocious and murderous. At this moment, Earth Yao was obviously unable to hold on any longer. Its flying speed had decreased greatly. Even if it gritted its teeth and persisted, the distance between them was still getting shorter. Ah ha ha ha. Earth Yao, your brother dog is here. Do you want me to heal you and let you fly another 100 meters? Sun Chi laughed arrogantly. Stupid dog, go back to your back. Be careful of being killed by Earth Yao's counterattack. Lu Chai could not help but scold the arrogant dog. All right, Sun Chi answered immediately. He leaped up and climbed onto Lu Chai's back. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters as the distance between them shortened. Lu Chai could not help but raise the sea god staff and get ready to hammer Earth Yao. The smile on the faces of the man and the two beasts became extremely ferocious. As long as they got close to Earth Yao, the injured Earth Yao would definitely die. At this moment, Earth Yao was also panicking. Looking back at Lu Chai, who was getting closer and closer, he wailed in his heart. He felt that he would not be able to escape death. However, at this moment, a flaming arrow flew from below and accurately hit the fire dragon under Lu Chai. Game notification. Attacked by teammate Yi Qin. As a member of the same team, the damage is exempted. Although the damage was exempted, the fire dragon's rhythm was obviously disrupted. Its body suddenly fell, and it flapped its wings continuously to stabilize itself. However, at this moment, there was a large distance between it and Earth Yao. F***CK. Sun Chi and Lu Chai's eyes widened. I'm sorry. I just realized that the distance between you guys had increased, so I wanted to save the situation. Moreover, I was aiming at Earth Yao. Yi Chen's slightly embarrassed voice was heard in the live chat channel. F***CK, go to hell, pighead Yi. I'll bite you to death when we get back. F***CK, you promised to save the situation by accident. Is this how you hurt your teammate by mistake? See if I don't beat you up when we get back. Roar, anger. At this moment, Lu Chai and the others really wanted to smash Yi Chen's head. This was too much. Victory was clearly within their reach, but they did not expect Yi Chen to ruin it. Stupid dragon, fly quickly. If we can't catch up with Earth Yao today, I'll stew you too. Sun Chi angrily slapped the fire dragon's head and scolded as Earth Yao flew further away. The fire dragon felt wronged when it heard that. It even wanted to turn around and complain to Yi Shui. It felt that the man and beast on its back were like hooligans who had no manners at all. Fortunately, Earth Yao was already seriously injured. In terms of flying speed, Lu Chai and the others still had the upper hand. The distance between them was still decreasing bit by bit. Pigheady, I'm warning you. Don't use your random arrow anymore. My heart is not well. Sun Chi immediately warned in the live chat channel to be on the safe side. Yes. Yi Qin knew that he had made a mistake and quickly admitted defeat. At this moment, the man and the two beasts' expressions became ferocious again. Their killing intent rose again. As the distance between them shortened, Lu Chai once again raised his sea god scepter and was ready to smash Earth Yao. It was getting closer and closer to 10 meters. 5 meters. Lu Chai raised the sea god scepter high and began to accumulate strength, preparing to smash Earth Yao's head. At this moment, the sound of a sharp object piercing through the sky was heard. Lu Chai and Sun Chi immediately turned their heads and saw a blue arrow appearing from below, speeding toward them. Upon seeing this, Lu Chai and Sun Chi immediately began to curse in the live chat channel. Even the fire dragon below could not help but roar in anger. Bosses, it really wasn't me this time, Yi Qin said dumbfoundedly. At this moment, the arrow flew past the surface of the fire dragon's body and accurately hit Earth Yao in front of it. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and Earth Yao let out a shrill scream. The earth elemental body on the surface of its body had completely collapsed, and its body suddenly fell from the sky. The man and the two beasts who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Chapter 437. Lu Chai and Sun Qi were dumbfounded when they found out that the arrow was not shot by Yi Qin. Kill Steele? The thought popped up in their minds. At the border between the barren grassland and the mansion of the dead, a handsome man stood there. He was wearing a black robe with blue vine patterns on his sleeves and lapels. He was carrying a quiver on his back. At this moment, in his left hand, a blue bow formed from energy was shining brightly, and an arrow was slowly condensed in his right hand, which was pulling the bowstring. He aimed at the falling Yao earth and shot the arrow again. A sharp whistling sound rang through the air as the arrow pierced through the sky, once again accurately hitting the falling earth. Accompanied by Earth's blood-curdling screech, a blue energy flower bloomed in the air, instantly as gorgeous as fireworks. F***CK, don't let the kill steal. Stupid dragon, fly down now. Sun Qi shouted anxiously. The fire dragon roared in response. Its body suddenly descended and began to dive toward the falling Yao earth. At this moment, a scene that shocked Lu Chai and the rest happened. The arrow that was inserted in the Yao earth's chest suddenly twisted and formed a miniature blue formation. A ferocious demon with 2 horns on its head roared and emerged from it. Its body kept expanding in the air. It then grabbed the Yao earth and stuffed it into its mouth. No. At this moment, Lu Chai and Sun Qi began to wail in horror. The Yao earth in the Ghost King realm could bring them great benefits. At the very least, they could level up a few levels. How could they be willing to let their kill steal just like that? At this moment, Sun Qi wanted to pounce on the Yao earth and give it a big mouthful of milk. However, this ferocious demon obviously would not listen to Lu Chai and Guyu's screams. It swallowed the Yao of earth into its mouth, and its body began to distort. It let out a hoarse roar towards the sky before its body exploded along with the Yao of earth's body. Oh my God! Sun Qi held his head in horror. He felt that he had lost a huge amount of money. This was the feeling of heartache. At this moment, Lu Chai was also furious. He patted the fire dragon under him and said, "Go toward the direction where the arrow came from." Upon hearing this, the fire dragon immediately flapped its wings and stabilized its body. It then dived toward the direction where the arrow came from. After killing 2 Yao, the man did not leave. Instead, he looked at Lu Chai and the others who were approaching him with a smile on his face. Then he clenched his left hand, and the longbow formed by energy suddenly transformed into a hollowed-out pattern on his wrist. Ah, asshole, go to hell! That's the bastard, kill him! Lu Chai and Sun Qi, whose eyes were bloodshot, arrived at this moment. The furious Lu Chai immediately raised the sea god scepter and decided to blow up this person's head. Seeing this, the man's expression was indifferent. Instead, he took a step forward. Suddenly, a huge blue formation appeared under his feet, and a blue demon that was over 10 meters tall emerged from the formation. Roar! At this moment, the fire dragon collided with the blue demon. The blue and scarlet flames began to collide and corrode each other. At this moment, Lu Chai and Sun Qi turned their attention to the man protected by the blue demon. Analyze ability activated. Gani, late Ghost King. Character details. Son of the leader of the Galu denomination in the Luoho region. Proficient in many kinds of Azurapath powers. Known as the most talented saint in the Luoho region. He is one of the strongest competitors for the king of Luoho, His Excellency. Character status. Lost voice. Unable to speak when in the Azurapath Chi cultivation state. After seeing this person's information, especially his strength, Lu Chai and Sun Qi's expressions became extremely ugly. Although this person's identity seemed to be very powerful, Lu Chai and Sun Qi did not care at all. The most important thing was that they could not defeat him. If they could defeat him, even if he was the son of a god, they would still smash his head on the spot. As players, Lu Chai and Sun Qi were just that realistic. Just when Lu Chai and Sun Qi thought that they were going to fight to the death, Gani suddenly waved his hand. The formation under his feet instantly dissipated, and so did the blue demon. However, The fire dragon was still in the midst of diving and could not stop in time. It crashed into Gani angrily. Bang! Gani stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the head of the fire dragon. His body began to slide backward under the effect of inertia. He slid for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. Looking at Gani, who suddenly stopped, Lu Chai was stunned. He did not know if he should hit the sea god scepter that was raised high. As if to show that he was not an enemy, Gani took a few steps back and shook his head at Lu Chai. Lu Chai was not surprised that Gani could not speak after reading his information. He immediately jumped down from the back of the fire dragon and walked to Gani. Sun Chi's son also jumped down from Lu Chai's back and came to Gani. He stood up straight and pointed at Gani with one hand on his waist. Hey, I don't care who you are. You have to pay me this time. Gani obviously did not understand and showed a confused look. After thinking for a while, he began to use his hands to gesture to express his meaning. Sun Chi's son and Lu Chai were stunned by his gesture. Are you AF * King Naruto? What are you doing? Sun Chi's eyes widened. Green veins appeared on Gani's forehead. After thinking for a while, he suppressed his anger and slowed down his hand speed before gesturing again. Sun Chi's son, Lu Chai's son. Sun Chi's son and Lu Chai were speechless. They did not understand. Would they understand if they slowed down their hand speed? At this moment, Gani was a little anxious. He made another set of hand signs. Boss Lu, what should we do? We can't communicate with this mute. Sun Chi's son said helplessly. How the F * CK would I know? Wait, let me take a look at the shop. I think I've seen a translator in the tools category before. Thinking of this, Lu Chai opened the game shop, selected the special toolbar, and started searching. After a while, Lu Chai's eyes lit up. Item details, created by a research expert who wishes to remain anonymous. It can translate the meaning of the other party through their body language. Item price, 68 soul coins durability. 10 out of 10. Lu Chai immediately chose to buy it. The body language translator was a small silver box. Lu Chai immediately held it in his hand and said to Gani, Come on, continue gesturing. Hearing this, green veins on Gani's forehead twitched, but he still gestured. This time, the translator ran automatically and began to explain what Gani said. Gani, I'm the holy son of the Galu denomination from the Raha land. I mean no harm to you. Then why did you steal the kill? Lu Chai glared at him. Gani, I saw that you guys were chasing after the Earthlings. I realized that you guys couldn't catch up, so I helped. Thank you so much. Gani, you're welcome. At this moment, Lu Chai almost raised the sea god scepter and gave this guy a critical hit on the head. Tell me, what's your purpose? Lu Chai could tell that Gani came with a purpose, so he immediately asked, Gani, I know that you're the player clan, and you're currently at war with the 9 luminaries. Our Raha land is preparing to declare war on the land of the 9 luminaries and plunder all their spiritual minds. So, do you want to cooperate with the Raha land and conquer the land of the 9 luminaries together? The Raha land is going to declare war on the 9 luminaries? Hearing this, Lu Chai's eyes widened. Lu Chai didn't know much about the Rahu land. He only knew that the Raha land was located to the north of the 9 luminaries, and it was a big domain formed by many forces. However, unlike Baiki, the forces in the Rahu land were very united. If there wasn't a huge conflict, they wouldn't start a war because they all believed in the same ancient god, the Azura. Therefore, the cultivation system in the whole big domain was very unified, and everyone was a cultivator of the Azura path. This was also because the players who liked to explore had explained the local customs and practices of the big domain on the official website after they arrived. At that time, Lu Chai happened to see it, so he had some understanding of the new big domain. Thinking about this, Lu Chai couldn't help but frown. Since the start of the war between the land of the 9 luminaries and the player clan, they had lost at least a third of their soldiers, including 2 Yao, 4 of their brothers had died. It was obvious that the Raha land was plotting against the land of the 9 luminaries because of the heavy losses they had suffered. The act of beating a drowning enemy was so F***ing realistic. However, Lu Chai did not think that this was a good thing. After all, they knew too little about the Luoho land, and the alliance was unreliable. Perhaps the Luoho land would attack the players next after the 9 luminaries were annihilated. After playing the game for more than a year, Lu Chai had a clear understanding of the survival rules of this world. He also understood the principle of the survival of the fittest. With the strength of the players, they had no right to negotiate with the Raha land. Even if the 9 luminaries were destroyed, the player clan still wouldn't have the right to speak because their strength wasn't equal. Seemingly noticing the worry in Lu Chai's eyes, Gani began to gesture. Gani, I know what you're worried about, but don't you want to take back Beiki that belongs to you? As far as I know, His Excellency Xingyao is ready to break through to the Ghost Emperor realm. Now, to prevent other forces from taking the opportunity to attack him, he has summoned all his brothers except for Earthlings. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, it will be very difficult for you to take back Beiki. You might even be wiped out. The meaning of Gani's words was obvious. He was even warning Lu Chai that if he didn't cooperate, destruction would be waiting for him. Regarding this, Lu Chai's expression was calm and he didn't panic at all. From Lu Chai's point of view, so what if Xingyao had broken through to the godly state? Could he jump out of the game world and attack me? Lu Chai didn't feel pressured by these words at all. He even wanted to laugh. I don't believe you. Lu Chai told the truth. Gani, the reason I came to Beiki this time is to take advantage of Xingyao's breakthrough, to kill 2 Yao so that we can have 1 less strong enemy in the war. Don't tell me that I'm not sincere enough. If Xingyao knows that I killed his brother, he'll definitely fight to the death with the land of Rahu. How can you guarantee that the player clan will get the benefits we deserve after conquering the land of the 9 luminaries? Lu Chai frowned. Gani, this war is of great significance to the Rahu land. The 5 clans of the Rahu land will choose the new king of Rahu according to the merits of killing the enemy. If I can become the king of Rahu, I promise that I will never go to war with Beiki. When the time comes, I will definitely give you the benefits you deserve. Hearing this, Lu Chai was stunned. At this moment, he knew what Gani was thinking. Did he want the players to help him become the king of Rahu? Chapter 438. Upon seeing this, Lu Chai immediately raised the sea god scepter and smacked it on Gani's head. Power of Azura incomplete active. Bang! Before Lu Chai could finish his sentence, his right arm was crushed by Gani and turned into blue crystals. Give me back the clan weapon, or I'll kill you. After some thought, Gani chose to agree because he believed that the 2 players in front of him would not be stupid enough to play tricks in front of someone who was far more powerful than them. That would only lead to death. What clan weapon? What are you talking about? I don't understand sign language at all. The dog said blankly. Skill note. This skill can only be used once every 72 hours. After using it, there is a very low probability of learning a skill of the Azura path. At this moment, Lu Chai's sea god body's duration was up. His body suddenly collapsed and Lu Chai and Yuan Feng fell to the ground. This was just like the cursed Apostle clan. Even though they knew that the result of failure would be terrible, they still chose to support one side after coming to Beiki to fight for a chance of survival in the future. As for the extinction of the clan, the hammer smashed Gani's body to the ground. Anger appeared on his face as he slapped Lu Chai's sea god scepter away. Then he grabbed the dog's neck with a murderous look in his eyes, as if he wanted to force the dog to return the clan weapon. He did not lose anything anyway, so it did not matter if he died. I'll give you back your hammer. Equipment of this quality could be counted on one hand in Beiki. It was too tempting for them. This time, Sunga light did not appear as if it had disappeared into thin air. Yeah, who are you? Why are you so close to me? Do we know each other? Lu Chai asked immediately. Item effect. Sunga illusion active. Azura demon formation active. Power of Azura incomplete active. Curse light passive bang. Gani's face turned gloomy. He held Lu Chai's fist with one hand and gestured. However, if the players wanted the benefits promised by Gani, they could only wait for him to ascend to the throne. This was equivalent to asking the players to help him fight for the throne. At this moment, Lu Chai only wanted compensation. After all, it was impossible for him to agree to cooperate. What I mean is, we need your sincerity. Do you have any precious items with you? Lu Chai asked seriously. Hearing this, Gani could not help but frown, and then gestured. Didn't I say I don't need to give it to you? After experiencing so many twists and turns, Yuan Fong felt mentally exhausted. Not only was he being used as a shield, but now he seemed to be in a life and death situation. How could he play the game properly? Hearing this, Gani could not help but be stunned, and immediately made a set of sign language. Tell me, where did the race weapon go? Seeing this, Gani immediately gestured. Without any hesitation, Sun Chi stored the light of Sangha into the space. Gani was anxious and could not help but make a series of gestures. Why don't you just jump out of the game and hit me? A legendary weapon. After understanding the reason, Gani's face showed a conflicted expression. At this moment, Gani's expression was one of shock as he stood rooted to the spot. Looking at Lu Chai and Sun Chi, Gani thought for a while and took off the bracelet on his left wrist. Thinking of this, Lu Chai could not help but smile. However, Gani did not pay attention to Yuan Fong. His fingers kept closing, and his murderous intent surged. Then he gestured with his hands. First, he promised the players some benefits, and then pulled them onto the ship. At this moment, Lu Chai only had one thought in his mind. This mute guy was dreaming. Slowly closing his fingers, Gani's anger was at its peak. Where's my race weapon? Azura Demon God Formation active. Sun Chi could not help but roll his eyes when he heard this. I'm just taking a look and appraising the quality of this item. I'll return it to you immediately. Skill Introduction. Using the light of Sangha to cause any damage to the enemy will cause the target to enter a cursed state. The target will start to lose health points and negative statuses will be added. The effect of the curse can be stacked. The damage is related to the strength of the target's spell defense, and the negative statuses are related to the holder's Azure realm. It was still impossible to return it, and the worst that could happen was death. Yuan Fong, who could not understand this set of gestures, was dumbfounded. There was no way to communicate at all. Will this work? Gani gestured. This was the result of Gani's lack of contact with the player clan. If it was an ordinary clan, faced with such a crisis, they would naturally choose to agree, even if it was extremely risky, because this was the last chance for the clan. A member of the Calamity clan who did not play by the rules negotiating terms? There was no such thing. Yuan Fong's dull eyes suddenly regained some clarity. He slowly turned his head to look at Gani, his expression extremely surprised. You can't possibly think that we, the player clan, will covet your race weapon, right? Or do you think that we can snatch it by force with our strength? Lu Chai pretended to be angry as he spoke. Let me have a look. Happiness was the most important thing in a game. Are you going to use water escape, fire escape, or lightning slash? Your hand speed is quite fast, Sun Chi chuckled. Skill Introduction. Once this skill is activated, the Light of Sangha will help the holder understand the power of the Azura realm, as well as the 10,000 techniques of the Azura realm. Lu Chai, who had revealed his true form, rubbed Yuan Fong's dazed head. He smiled as he stood up, looked at Gani, and said, if possible, we would even like to start a war with your two big regions. Seeing that the Light of Sangha had disappeared, Gani was astonished. After all, it was normal for different races to have completely different traditions. However, he did not bring any valuable items with him at the moment. This is the tradition of the player clan. If you bring valuable items with you, it means that you have come with sincerity. Of course, we will only take a look at the items you bring with you. We will not accept them. Sun Chi stood upright, his expression extremely sincere. At that moment, Lu Chai and Sun Chi only had one thought in their mind. Item introduction: a legendary equipment forged by the descendants of the Galois with the body of the first leader of the Galois, along with many precious spiritual materials. It is one of the two major race weapons of the Galois. Seeing this, Sun Chi held the translator that he had just bought from the shop and said, after all, this was a race weapon. He would not feel comfortable handing it over. Seeing this, Gani felt conflicted. He was not surprised by such a strange race tradition. Almsgiver, the Buddha bless your family. What land of the 9 luminaries? What land of Luoho? We want them all. We players never make a choice. We are greedy and unrestrained. Kid, take this as compensation for stealing the kill. If you are not satisfied, what can you do to me? Gani did not hesitate this time. His eyes flashed fiercely as he snapped Sun Chi's neck. Looking at the light of Sangha in Gani's hand, Lu Chai and Sun Chi were almost drooling. However, Gani was facing a player. Return the race weapon to me. Otherwise, the player clan will face the wrath of the land of Luoho. Sangha illusion active. Slurp. Sun Chi wiped the corner of his mouth and stretched out his paw. He subconsciously reached out to grab the black mist that Sun Chi had transformed into, but there was nothing there. In the upcoming battle for the king of Luoho, losing the light of Sangha was undoubtedly fatal for Gani. He felt like he was going crazy from anxiety. Skill introduction. The light of Sangha has no fixed form. It can transform into any form of weapon according to the user's will. After a fruitless search, Gani's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at Yuan Fong, who was sitting on the ground with a dull look on his face. Sun Chi silently deactivated his pain sensation and raised his middle finger. Seeing this, Lu Chai chuckled and hammered his fist at Gani's head. Return my ass. Have you ever seen a player return something that he borrowed? Don't you know your limits? Lu Chai and Sun Chi's eyes immediately focused on Gani's bracelet. Skill introduction. Inject the power of Azura into the light of Sangha. When attacking, it can trigger the Azura demon god pillar in the weapon, summoning a demon god from the Azura path to descend and attack the target. However, he really needed help from an external force. Even he was not confident in winning the battle for the Azura King's position. Except for his race weapon, there was no gaming experience at all. Skiver, please let me go, said Yuan Fong pitifully. It's not a problem if you want to meet our clan leader. However, if you don't bring anything valuable with you, it's disrespectful to our clan leader. He won't meet you. Lu Chai seemed to have noticed Gani's hesitation and continued to instigate him. Sun Chi instantly turned into a black mist and dissipated with the wind. However, the light of Sangha did not appear. What a shrewd plan. What does sincerity have to do with what valuable items I brought? Gani was speechless. Gani's eyes seemed to be spitting fire when he heard that. The shadow of the Azura demon god appeared behind him and grabbed Lu Chai. He crushed Lu Chai on the spot and exploded into a black mist. Furious, Gani began to search for souls around him. However, Sun Chi's and Lu Chai's souls had already returned to the artifact space. No matter how hard Gani searched, he could not find any trace of souls. Panicking, Gani made another series of gestures. Light of Sangha, legendary level 2. He was not worried that Lu Chai and Sun Chi would be able to take away his race weapon. After all, he was strong enough that they would not have a chance to escape even if they wanted to. Light of Curse, passive. He walked up to Yuan Fong, grabbed him by the neck, and slowly lifted him up. Moreover, he could not just let go of the fact that his kill was stolen. He had suffered such a huge loss. He had to get something back. Gani, what do you mean? Do you agree or refuse? If possible, I would like to meet the clan leader of the player clan and have a face-to-face discussion with him. At this moment, Yuan Fong knew that he would not be able to escape death. He could not help but sigh. Yuan Fong could not help but scratch his head because he could not understand what was going on at all. The light of Sangha was not only the race weapon of the Galois sect, but it was also his most handy weapon. It was also the carrier of his Azura power. Without the light of Sangha, his strength would be weakened by at least 30%. Hearing this, Gani could not help but frown. He then gestured and said, "Let's not talk about cooperation first. Let's talk about compensation first. Do you have any spiritual materials or treasures with you?" At this moment, Sun Qi's and Lu Chai's serious expressions collapsed. Their smiles were as treacherous as they could get. "Tell me where the race weapon is, and I'll let you go." Skill hint: the stronger the Azura power, the stronger the descending Azura demon god will be. If the Sea King, the 9 Luminaries brothers, or even Yuan-Shu were here, they would definitely yell, "I don't believe you!" However, Gani knew too little about the player clan. Although he was hesitant, he still passed the light of Sangha to Sun Qi's. Chapter 439. After killing Lu Chai, Sun Qi, and Yuan Fong, Jiani's face was still extremely gloomy. Initially, he thought that his trip to Beiki would be able to rope in the troubled player clan and get them to help him fight for the throne of King Rahu. Little did he expect that he would end up losing the clan weapon, the light of Sangarama. At this moment, Gani was extremely furious. The Azura demon god phantom behind him became more and more solid. Then, it suddenly punched the ground, causing the ground to tremble. A deep pit appeared in the area where it was hit, and blue flames danced in the deep pit. Right now, Gani only had one thought in his mind, and that was to find the leader of the player clan and force them to hand over the sapphire light. Thinking of this, Gani's figure floated into the air and shot toward the mansion of the dead in Beiki. Without the light of Sangarama, his advantage over Luoho King would no longer exist, and he would not even be able to answer to his clansmen when he returned. At this moment, he knew that the only way was to find the player clan. Before Lu Chai and the dog died, the battle at the Mansion of the Dead had already ended. Gu Yu and the others could not resist the attacks of the 9 Luminary soldiers and the Ghost Supreme Commanders at all after all the buffs were given to Lu Chai. The team was defeated in less than a moment. In the end, all of them died under the attack of the 9 Luminary soldiers and turned into black fog. After exiting the game, Gu Yu and the others quickly logged into the official website of battle, opened their friend list, and clicked on the wall communication group. "Gu Yu, is Boss Lu here? How's the situation?" "Go Z, boss, the result is too tragic. You have to be mentally prepared." "Lu Chai, Sai, it's a long story. This result, Gu Yu, what happened?" "Yi Shua. At least we saved the bald donkey, didn't we? Although it's a pity that we didn't kill Earthen." "Qi Ming, everyone calm down. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise." "Yi Chin, I feel like I've made a huge mistake. I'm bowing to all of you. Little Pomelo, can you tell me in detail what happened?" "Murphy and I were killed trying to stop Earthling. It seems like we missed something." Little Ball wailing. "JPG, Guzzy Little Pomelo, you actually turned your own child into an emoticon?" Staring blankly at dog. "JPG, Little Pomelo, I took a picture when I was playing tennis. I asked my friends in the forum to help me make it into an emoji pack. Chocho Akeem." "JP. Murphy. Ayo, Jen, have they been rescued?" "Dog. The process was full of twists and turns. Just as we were about to catch up to Earthling, our kill was stolen." "Gu, who did it?" "Which bastard? Is it a player from the European server?" "Go, Z, that guy is called Janai. He comes from the Raha land. His strength is at the Ghost King late stage. He's very arrogant, even more arrogant than me." "Gu, and then?" "You were also killed by him." "Guzzy, boss, it's sad to talk about it. That guy wanted to use us players as cannon fodder. Of course, we didn't agree. In the end, he killed me and Boss Lou." Little Ball wailing. "JPG, Little Pomelo dog. Backstab warning. This is my picture. Don't steal it, Chocho Akeem." "JPG, I hate it. At least we can make a fortune after killing Earthen. Fortunately, we saved the little Baldy, so it's not a big loss." Sai. "Guyu. Oh yeah, I'll pull the little Baldy in. Player, Yuan Fong. has been added to the group. Guzzy, the new bald donkey, send red packets of soul coins starting from 100. This is the group rule. Yuan Fong, the Buddha Master, is watching you from the Western Paradise and protecting you. Hu He, newcomer's photo. Laughing emoji. Nia Fong, newcomer's photo. Laughing emoji. Tang Mu, welcome the newcomer. Handshake emoji. By Zay, the dead group is suddenly lively. Did something big happen? Guzzy, I noticed that everyone has appeared. I think it's time to show off. What do you think, Boss Lu? Lu Chai, sure. Let's take advantage of the fact that everyone is here. Guyu, what do you mean? Black guy's question mark emoji. Guzzy, next it's time to witness a miracle. Attached picture. Light of Sangha. Lu Chai, this is the final reward. That idiot Jia and I is so gullible. I guess he's going crazy now. Tonggua's smug face. JPD Gugis. Yi Shui. Damn. A legendary grade weapon. I'm rich. I've made a killing this time. Yi Qin. Can you sell this weapon to me? When the time comes, I can transform into an axe for melee combat and a bow and arrow for ranged combat. I really want it. Hu He. I can't stay in this group anymore. I can't accept this show-off anymore. It's making me uncomfortable. Heart-take emoji. Nia Fong. I've left the group. I didn't see any red envelopes. Instead, I keep seeing you guys showing off. Is this something that a human can do? Little Pomelo, it's a good weapon. Can we exchange it for a house in Bakey? Bright eyes emoji. Guyu. This weapon has great potential. Not only does it come with 4 skills, but it can also help the wielder understand the Azure Realm skills. We've made a killing this time. Guzzy. Speaking of this weapon, I have to say that I have the acting skills of an award-winning actor. Ahem. Everyone can just watch and praise me. I'm easily satisfied. Nia Fong. How did you get this weapon? Also, what happened? Confused emoji. Shueli. You guys might not believe it, but we only wanted to go to the pit of the dead to save someone. In the end, Earth Yao forced us to kill him. Laughing emoji. Hu He. Earth Yao is dead? Where's the corpse? I want it. Guzzy at Hu He. It exploded. It exploded in the air like a beautiful firework. Hu He. My heart hurts even more. I can't stay in this group anymore. I'm leaving the group. Heartache emoji. Lu Chai. Alright, let me tell you guys something. Recently, the Rahu region is going to war with the land of the 9 luminaries. Gani said it himself. They're going to take advantage of Xing Yao's crisis of breaking through to the next level to attack the land of the 9 luminaries. Guyu, the rules of survival in battle games are so realistic. They'll attack as soon as there's a profit to be made. That's so cruel. Hu He, that's normal. I've dug up many ancient tombs and seals. I've learned that many races started to weaken due to certain reasons. In the end, they were all targeted by other forces and eventually devoured. Even the forces of the original alliance joined in the encroachment. Laughing emoji. Tang Mu. If you fall behind, you'll get beaten up. Actually, that's the rule of survival everywhere. It's just that it's more vivid in the game. Lu Chai. When the war between the land of the 9 luminaries and the Rahu region starts, the soldiers of the Mansion of the Dead will definitely retreat. By then, Bakey will be back in the hands of us players. But the problem is, if the land of the 9 luminaries is really conquered by the Rahu region, Bakey won't be safe again. Tang Mu. It's not necessarily a bad thing to drive the wolves and the tigers away. What the Bakey players lack the most now is unity. As long as the Mansion of the Dead is rebuilt, the players' strength will be united again. We might be able to stir up some trouble when the war between the 9 luminaries and the Rahu region starts. Shueli. Yes, let's restore the Mansion of the Dead first. Anyway, we players won't help anyone. Laughing emoji. Guzzy. We players will do whatever we want. We'll beat whoever we don't like. What 9 luminaries? Rahu? Jump out of the game and beat us up. Laughing emoji. Shueli. Guzzy is right. When the war between the two regions starts, we'll go through the barren grassland and take advantage of the situation. We'll seize some spiritual mines and get rich. Yi Qin, happy the mansion of the dead is going to be rebuilt. I miss Tonghua and the rest a little. I haven't won money from Tonghua for a long time. My treasury is running low. Laughing emoji. Lu Chai. Then I'll go to the forum and make a post. I guess the soldiers of the mansion of the dead sinkhole will be leaving soon. We can let the players come back now. Laughing emoji. Guzzy, let's go home. Just as the war between the 9 luminaries and the Rahu region was about to start, the Beiki players were ready to take advantage of the situation. Perhaps to the forces of the Rahu region, the player clan would not dare to participate in the war since they could not even protect themselves. This war was just a battle of interests between them and the 9 luminaries, which had suffered a great loss. However, to the players, as long as there was interest, they would fight for it, even if it meant going through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, or even if the road ahead was full of dangers. For the players, life and death had always been something that could be abandoned at any time in the face of soul coins. After all, death was only 3 hours in the eyes of the players. Chapter 440. Azura Temple, Luoho Land. The statues of the 8 Azura demon gods stood on both sides of the temple, and a huge bronze statue of the Azura god that was more than 30 meters tall stood in the center. This was an important place for the forces of the Luoho land to worship the ancient god, the Azura demon god. The interior of the temple was decorated in dark red, making it look extremely solemn and solemn. At this moment, the leaders of the 5 major forces of the Luoho land and their respective clan leaders were standing in the center of the temple with solemn expressions. Behind each of them stood 1 or 2 juniors. They were currently discussing the election of the king of Luoho and how to conquer the land of the 9 luminaries. In fact, the Rahu domain originally had a king Luoho, and after each king Luoho died, the next king Luoho would be chosen by the various forces of the Rahu domain through their collective expansion campaigns, and they would be rewarded with military exploits. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since the death of the previous king of Luoho. They had been silent for too long. Now that the land of the 9 luminaries was in danger, the forces of the Luoho land saw it as an opportunity to elect a new king of Luoho. However, no one knew the cause of the death of the previous king of Luoho except for the leaders of the 5 major forces. Moreover, the leaders of the 5 major forces were very reluctant to mention the previous king of Luoho. Although the juniors were curious, they dared not ask too many questions. The battle against the land of the 9 luminaries this time was extremely important to all the forces present. This was because the battle was not only for plundering resources, but also for the election of a new king of Luoho land, an important moment for the new ruler. At this moment, Gani, who had just returned from Beiki, stood behind the clan elder with a gloomy expression. He was extremely agitated. Originally, he was the most promising candidate for the position of king of Luoho. However, his huge advantage was now gone after he returned from Beiki. This was a huge blow to him. For this reason, he had searched all over Beiki. Although he found many players and clansmen, there was still no news of the Sangarama light. Now that the clan elder had called him back, he could only return angrily. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the black-robed old man standing in front of the Azura demon god statue coughed twice, then took a step forward and said, "Although everyone is clear about the rules, I still have to remind the various clans that we are all descendants of the Azura demon god. In this external war, no one is allowed to secretly attack the members of your own forces for the sake of winning the position of Azura king. If anyone dares to violate the rules, you will have to bear the consequences, and your clansmen will also be punished accordingly." As he spoke, the black-robed elder's expression turned cold as he swept his gaze over the various clan leaders present and the competitors behind them for King Luoho. Those who were swept by his gaze could not help but lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. This was because not only was this black-robed old man publicly acknowledged as the strongest expert in the Rahu region, he was also the previous king of Raha's tribe. Regardless of whether it was in terms of authority or strength, he was not someone that the various races could go against. However, there was one thing that puzzled the various races. After the death of the previous king of Luoho, the king clearly had the strength to take over the position of king of Luoho. Why did he choose to retire behind the scenes? To them, this was an irresistible temptation. This was because the current king's strength had already reached the intermediate Ghost Emperor realm. As long as he became the king of Luoho and received the blessings of the great emperor, his strength would rise to the peak Ghost Emperor realm. However, this black-robed king had resolutely chosen to retire in the face of such a huge temptation. Even though the other clans had repeatedly begged him to take over the position of king of Luoho, he did not agree. Although the various forces did not know why, they could not resist the temptation of the king of Luoho initiated by the king, and would definitely do their best to participate in it. This was because as long as they could win the position of king of Luoho, not only would they be able to obtain a large amount of resources for cultivation, but their clans would also rise and become the #1 force in the entire Luoho region. If it was not for the king's rule that the older generation was not allowed to participate in this king of Luoho battle, and that each clan could only send 2 juniors at most, the old fellows of the various forces would not have been able to hold back and would have personally participated in it. Is everyone clear? At this moment, the king spoke in an indifferent tone. Rest assured, king. We will abide by your teachings and will not attack our own bloodline. The clan leaders immediately replied. Upon hearing this, the king nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he suddenly looked at Gani, who was standing behind the clan leader of the Jia Luo clan. Gani! Upon hearing the king calling him, Gani, who was deep in thought, felt his heart skip a beat. He quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the king. King, I'm here. Gani, where's your clan artifact? Why didn't I sense it? Upon hearing this, Gani's face instantly turned pale, but he did not dare to lie. I lost it. What, lost it? The clan leader of the Jialuo clan exclaimed before the king could reply. Lost it? Tell me, how did you lose it? The king continued to ask with a calm expression. At this moment, Gani was panicking, but he did not dare to neglect the king's question. He immediately recounted his encounter in Beiki in detail. Oh, Earthyao is dead? And your clan artifact was taken by the player clan? The king seemed very surprised. Yes, I wanted to rope in the player clan and let them be our cannon fodder when we attack the land of the 9 luminaries, but I didn't expect. Gani did not hide anything at this moment because he did not dare to. King, we can't just let this go. The forces of Beiki dared to go against us, the Rahu clan. They must pay the price. The elder of the Jia Luo clan said angrily. Let's not talk about Beiki for now. The king said after thinking for a while. King, the Light of Sangha is our clan's important artifact. We can't lose it, the elder of the Jia Luo clan said anxiously. The waters of Beiki are too deep. We can't enter it for now, the king said indifferently. King, what do you mean? The forces of Beiki can't even defeat the 9 luminaries. What do we have to be afraid of? The elder of the Jia Luo clan said angrily. I don't need you to understand. The king stared at the elder of the Jia Luo clan with purple mist swirling in his eyes. At this moment, the elder of the Jia Luo clan felt as if his neck was being restrained by an invisible pair of hands that kept tightening. His face gradually turned red. At this moment, he hurriedly nodded with a pleading look on his face. Upon seeing this, the purple mist in the king's eyes dispersed. He did not look at the elder of the Jia Luo clan, who was still panting. Instead, he turned to the crowd and said, Luo Xiao, stay here. The rest of you may leave. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall bowed to the tribe leader respectfully before dispersing. At this moment, there was only one person left in the hall. This person was very tall and sturdy. His bronze-colored skin seemed to be cast from reinforced steel, and his muscles were very well proportioned. His naked upper body was even outlined with dark red veined patterns. He was very domineering, and his appearance gave off a very strong sense of oppression. "Do you know why I don't let the Jia Luo clan go to Beiki?" A smile appeared on the king's face as he looked at the burly man. "It's none of my business," Luo Xiao said bluntly. If anyone else was present, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme for daring to speak to the king in such a manner. This was an act that was completely suicidal. However, the king was not angry. Instead, he still had a smile on his face. "Half a year ago, I discovered that some forces from the heaven realm had broken through the barrier and arrived. At that time, I used the Shura Eye to investigate the area where the forces from the heaven realm had descended. Do you know what I saw? Those bastards from the heaven realm are probably here to capture the remnants of the heaven-defying alliance again. Otherwise, what else would they be here for?" Luo Xiao could not help but twitch his mouth. "I saw an old friend, North Sea." "What?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao's expression suddenly changed. Didn't he die in battle with the North Li deity a long time ago? How could he still be alive? At this moment, Luo Xiao was very surprised. "Aren't you still dead?" "The former Luoho king, Shura," the king said with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Xiao's eyes were filled with uncertainty. At this moment, he thought of the meeting hundreds of thousands of years ago, the battle between him and that extremely arrogant guy. The result of that battle was his crushing defeat. At that time, he opened his mouth angrily and wanted to fight again after he became a god. However, the guy who called himself North Sea rejected him. He said that becoming a god was nothing. A true powerhouse should take the path of killing immortals and igniting the divine fire. This path was the true path of godhood. As long as he succeeded, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. At that time, he was called Shura and was the well-deserved king of the Luoho land. It was also that battle that defeated him and made him realize that there was always someone better out there. His so-called invincibility among those of the same realm was just a joke. It was also at that time that Shura promised North Sea that he would also walk this path. "If you can do it, I can definitely do it." In the following tens of thousands of years, Shura made preparations to kill gods and waited for the moment when he became a god to fight North Sea again. However, to his regret, North Sea died prematurely. He was killed by the forces of the heaven realm together with the North Li deity and the North Li deity. This became a regret in Shura's heart. He could no longer fight North Sea, nor could he prove to him that he was the strongest among those of the same realm. Even so, Shura continued on the path of killing immortals and becoming a god, because he wanted to achieve the ultimate path of godhood that North Sea could not achieve even until his death. After reaching the demigod realm, he chose to kill immortals without hesitation. He risked his life to kill a god from the heaven realm and obtain the divine fire. After that, he left the Luoho land and began a journey that lasted thousands of years. However, he was eventually found by the forces of the heaven realm and was killed by the gods of the heaven realm. He was one of the losers on this ultimate path of godhood. However, what the gods of the heaven realm did not expect was that Shura had already made preparations for his resurrection. Azura path, extreme path, Shura turned after hundreds of thousands of years of slumber. He woke up 300 years ago and regained his memories. However, he did not dare to reveal his existence because he was a taboo. Although he was not a member of the heaven-defying alliance, his name still existed on the must-kill list of the forces of the heaven realm. Apart from the tribe leader of the Luoho land, no one knew his true identity. Hearing that North Sea did not die was too unbelievable for Luo Xiao. "Then this time is he dead?" Luo Xiao asked solemnly. "He's not dead, but he successfully obtained the divine fire. Just like you, he began a life of hiding from the gods of the heaven realm and fleeing for his life." The tribe leader said with a smile, "Since this guy survived, he actually did such a crazy thing. He really doesn't want to live anymore." Although he said this, a smile appeared on Luo Xiao's face. because this was the North Sea he knew. Looks like I have to hurry up and catch up. My Azura path has already achieved great success, and it's not difficult to restore my previous realm. Then I'll first sacrifice His Excellency Xing Yao. As he spoke, a sinister smile appeared on Luo Xiu's face. Could it be that you still want to walk the path of killing immortals and becoming a god? Hearing this, the tribe leader was surprised. If North Sea can do it, why can't I? At this moment, a hint of madness and anticipation appeared in Luo Xiu's eyes. Chapter 441. Then he turned to Hui Yao and said there were only 5 brothers left in the 9 luminaries. Moreover, they had lost a lot of troops in the battle against Beiki. If Xing Yao could not break through the realm, they would have to face the covetous wolves around them. However, no matter how sorrowful they were, they still did not tell Xing Yao about the news for fear of disturbing his breakthrough. Just now, they received the bad news that their 9th brother, Earth Yao, was dead. Finally, the 2 of them went up to the main hall and looked at the starry sky while drinking and chatting merrily. Ha ha ha, you better forget about this. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat you up when I recover my strength. I don't know if this is true, so I can only report it. Great Lord, you can decide if you want to kill them or discuss it with them. I was going to kill these 2 players, but they told me something. I think it's better to report it since it's of great importance. The source of our spiritual energy is the outskirts. However, the spiritual energy in the outskirts is very special and can't be absorbed directly. Of course, the Emperor is the supreme of the human world. Rumor has it that their strength is even stronger than the Emperor of the underworld and the immortal Emperor of the heaven realm. The tribe king said this was what they were most afraid of, now that their big brother was about to break through. If the forces of the land of Rahu attacked them now, they would not have the military power to fight back. Hua Yao's expression changed when he saw the piece of flesh. Land of the 9 luminaries, Dark Heaven Pavilion. Get lost. The tribe king slapped Luo Xiu's hand away with a disgusted look on his face. Since you haven't recovered your strength, does that mean I can beat you up? The tribe king said with a malicious look on his face. You're talented and strong. What else can you do? The tribe king could not help but roll his eyes. In the Dark Heaven Pavilion, His Excellency Xing Yao was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock. He was surrounded by many precious spiritual materials and spiritual energy treasures. His 4 brothers were guarding him with serious expressions, waiting for their big brother to break through and advance to the Ghost Emperor realm. When the time comes, they would completely rely on their big brother's strength to take over Beiki and let one of their brothers ascend to the Ghost Emperor realm. Seeing Hua Yao's arrival, Guyu could not help but grin. He knew that the 9 luminaries must have been frightened. I don't want to persuade you anymore. Anyway, I'm not the one who died. Do whatever you want. This time I want to become Luoho King just so I can see the great emperor again and ask him about some things. Once I get my answer, I'll give you the title of Luoho King. I don't care. Yes, it's very important, although this is only my guess. Luo Xiu said. That night, the sky above the Rahu region was filled with dazzling stars. Occasionally, a meteor would streak across the sky. A moment later, Hui Yao followed the guard commander to the outer hall of the mysterious heaven pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Xiu walked to the front of the clan king and patted him on the shoulder. Hui Yao, I know you won't believe me. That's why I brought this. Gu Yu took out a piece of minced meat from his pocket. Therefore, they were extremely nervous at this moment. The tribe king could not help but sigh as he looked at Rashu, who had a determined look on his face. Looking at the shocked tribe leader, Luo Xiu continued, White Phantom, the white phantom that can speak. Hua Yao's expression froze when he saw Guzi baring his teeth. If it wasn't for the player clan, the land of the 9 luminaries wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament, and his brothers wouldn't have died. This is the last time. If you die again, the Rahu King will be mine. After arriving at the entrance of the cabinet, Hu Yao gave his subordinate a look. Then, Both of them walked out of the cabinet. What's wrong? Haven't you seen a mutated divine beast before? Don't be so naive. I can even fly. Guzi continued to speak arrogantly. In such a crisis, they had placed all their hopes on their eldest brother, Xing Yao. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's something important? Originally, the land of the 9 luminaries had 3 ghost emperor realm powerhouses, so they were unafraid of any external enemies. However, now that their second brother, Yu Yao, and third brother, Ri Yao, were dead, they no longer had the strength they once had. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the tribe leader's expression changed abruptly. The player clan said that the forces in the Rahu region have begun to gather their troops and are preparing to attack the land of the 9 luminaries. They said that they want to take over the land of the 9 luminaries. As he spoke, the guard commander's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Upon hearing Huiyao's words, the guard commander immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Tell us everything you know." "Tell me everything you know. Also, tell me your purpose. Look at how arrogant you are. Can't we negotiate properly?" Guzi couldn't help but bared his teeth at Huiyao. The brothers were bound together for good or bad, so they were equally nervous at this moment. Hearing this, the tribe leader was puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "What does this have to do with the strength of the human emperor? According to what you said, the human world should be the weakest, right? What's the matter? If you want peace, forget it. The player clan must be destroyed," Huiyao said in a deep voice. After walking out of the cabinet, Huiyao stopped in his tracks and said in a deep voice, even with the passage of time, the sky was still the same. It had never changed. Watching the fall of generations of heroes in the Rahu region, it had also witnessed the rise of generations of new people. The 100 Ghosts region in the west, the Rahu region in the north, and the Cheonyo region in the south were all extremely powerful beings. Although they hadn't taken any action yet, the brothers of the 9 luminaries were already filled with a sense of crisis. "Shut up!" Guyu couldn't help but glare at Guzi and scolded in the live chat channel. "So what if you're strong? You can't fight against the heaven realm. You're destined to die," the tribe leader angrily rebuked. "Who was the one who clenched his fist and shouted at me with tears in his eyes, saying that King Luoho would be his and that he would never admit defeat?" The tribe leader couldn't help but roll his eyes. Luoxiu shook his head. "You don't understand because you haven't experienced it." "What North Sea said back then was right. This is the ultimate path to becoming a god. After fleeing for thousands of years, I've deeply understood this point. We were sworn enemies back then, but you chose not to kill me in the end. You even promoted me to be the tribe leader. I've always remembered this kindness." The tribe leader couldn't help but laugh. "Lord Huiyao, the player clan, is here. They're currently in the outer hall of the Dark Heaven Pavilion." Otherwise, he was afraid that Guzi would anger Huiyao. If that happened, this trip would be in vain. Although he understood the reason, the tribe leader still couldn't help but advise, "How dare you? How dare you? I'm King Luoho. You can't beat me up. You're so gullible. You can't be bought over with just a small favor. You've spent hundreds of thousands of years to set up a trap for me. You're really my good brother. Ha ha ha." At this moment, Luoxiu couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, an armored soldier arrived outside the cabinet. He didn't shout and just stood there quietly, afraid that he would disturb His Excellency Xing Yao's breakthrough. "What?" Huiyao's eyes widened. Hearing this, Luoxiu couldn't help but grin. However, the human realm, which is sandwiched between the heaven realm and the underworld, doesn't have any world-creating sacred artifact that can convert spiritual qi. It's like a Tai Chi. The human realm is in the center and can't directly come into contact with the outer world. Damn, it was a huge blow to them that something like this happened at this critical juncture, with a large number of spiritual ores. If they didn't have the corresponding strength, the outcome would definitely be miserable. At this moment, there were 2 players standing in the outer hall. They were Guyu and Guzi. "Ha ha ha. At this moment, the cold-faced tribe king in the eyes of the various forces of Luoho was full of smiles. He even argued with Luoxio over a small matter in his youth. "Great lord, please follow me." As he spoke, the guard leader stood up and led Huayao toward the outer hall of the Xiantian pavilion. Seeing this, Huayao immediately turned around and walked out. "You should know that the world we live in is divided into 3 realms, the heaven realm, the human realm, and the underworld. However, there's an even more vast world outside. That place is collectively known as the outer world. Do you know about the human sovereign?" Luoxio nodded solemnly. "That's right. This is my guess. The reason why the human sovereign could become the strongest must have a lot to do with this. After trying it myself, I know that North Sea didn't lie to me. This Tao is really unbelievably powerful. It's invincible in the same realm and can even kill enemies of a higher realm. It's the true way to become a god." At this moment, Huayao walked toward Guyu with a cold expression. He looked down at him and said, "Do you know why you lost to me when we fought for the throne of Luoho? The player clan? Why are they here?" Huayao was furious when he heard about the player clan's arrival. At this moment, outside the Xiantian pavilion, all the most elite soldiers of the 9 Brilliance Army were deployed and stationed outside the Xiantian pavilion to protect His Excellency Xing Yao, who was about to make a breakthrough. As long as Big Brother broke through to the advanced Ghost Emperor realm, the crisis would be temporarily resolved and they would still have a chance. Although it's invincible in the same realm, it's still just your guess whether it's the Tao of the human sovereign. It's not worth it to risk your life for it. Luoxio shook his head and smiled. From Luoxio's point of view, what he wanted was to control his own destiny and not let himself disappear like a shooting star in the sky. Taking a deep breath, Huayao's chest heaved up and down. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "It's been hard on you. You've done so much for me." So, what North Sea said about killing immortals to become gods is to plunder the yang divine fire of the gods in the heaven realm and use it to complement the yin divine fire that we ignite ourselves to become gods. Luoxio nodded. "After fleeing for thousands of years, I finally understand why killing immortals to become gods is called the Tao of the ultimate god. It's because this is the Tao of the human sovereign." At this moment, the tribe leader suddenly understood something and immediately said, "Don't worry." He immediately said, "However, this is not a problem for the 3 realms because the heaven realm has a heavenly path of reincarnation to convert the energy from the outer realm into spiritual energy, while the underworld has the 6 paths of reincarnation to convert spiritual energy. Although we don't know how they were born, their existence gives us an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. As far as I know, during the heyday of the ancient human realm, they relied on absorbing Yang's spiritual energy from the heaven realm and Yin's spiritual energy from the underworld to cultivate. The entire human realm was filled with a mixture of Yin and Yang spiritual energy. This might be the key reason why the human realm became the strongest among the 3 realms, because the spiritual energy they used to cultivate was completely different from the heaven realm and the underworld. It was a special spiritual energy that was balanced and complemented by yin and yang. The dust-laden past emerged one by one as they chatted. During this period, the 2 laughed heartily as if they had returned to the past, to the time when they fought tirelessly to become stronger. "Do you really want to die? The Azura turnaround only has 1 chance, and you've already used it. If you die this time, you'll really die." At this moment, it was the biggest crisis that the land of the 9 luminaries had ever faced. If they couldn't overcome it, they would face destruction. "No, it's because I desire to become stronger more than you do. In order to become the strongest, I can abandon everything, including my own life." Chapter 442. Yao looked like he was about to spit fire when he saw the minced meat in Guyu's hand. The 9 brothers were connected by blood. He recognized the minced meat at first glance. It was his 9th brother, Earth. At this moment, Huayao looked at Guyu with murderous intent. "Don't misunderstand, we didn't kill Earth. See for yourself if you don't believe me." The reason why he brought Earth's minced meat here was that Guyu had already analyzed it beforehand and confirmed that there was a mark of the Azura realm left on it. Hua Yao suppressed his anger and reached out to take the minced meat from Guyu. Earth's expression froze the moment he touched it. A force flowed from his body into the minced meat through his arm. Suddenly, a blue and purple mist appeared on the surface of the minced meat. The Azura realm! Hua Yao exclaimed. That's right. Although the player clan has a grudge against you, we didn't kill Earth. He was killed by a guy from the Rahu region who calls himself Jia and I. Guyu said calmly. Hua Yao fell into silence after hearing that. He was sure that the aura of the Azura realm on the minced meat was real. In other words, the Rahu region had bared its fangs against them. The players in front of him were not exaggerating. The forces in the Rahu region know that your brother, Xing Yao, is in the midst of a breakthrough. That's why they sent Jia and I to Beiki to kill Earth, one of the threats. Fortunately, there will be one less strong enemy when we officially start the war with you. This minced meat has explained everything. I didn't lie to you, Guyu said again. What's your purpose then? Hua Yao was filled with grief and indignation. He raised his head and looked at Guyu. It's simple. I want 10 spiritual minds west of the barren grassland. Guyu stated his request calmly. You're courting death. Hu Yao was furious. To Hu Yao, Guyu's request was obviously taking advantage of the 9 luminaries' crisis to make a request that they would never agree to. It was equivalent to them ceding a part of the 9 luminaries' territory. How could he agree to it? Hu Yao, you have to understand that you were the ones who invaded Beiki back then. You were also the ones who massacred a large number of the player clan. Therefore, I'm telling you very clearly that we, the player clan, are going to hit you when you're down and take advantage of your misfortune. If you don't agree, we, the player clan, will pay you back mercilessly after you start the war with the Rahu region. Guyu grinned, but his tone was very firm. At this moment, Hu Yao could no longer contain the anger in his heart and was ready to attack. Great Lord! At this time, the guard commander beside Hu Yao hurriedly stepped forward and stopped Hu Yao. Get lost! Hu Yao glared at the guard leader. Great Lord Hu Yao, I think that you should inform the other great lords about this matter and discuss it together before making a decision. Discuss my ass. You want us to give up our territory? Dream on. Hu Yao shoved the guard leader aside and swung his fist again. Old Eighth. At this moment, a dignified voice rang out in the hall. A figure suddenly appeared behind Hu Yao and pressed down on his shoulder. Fourth brother, the player clan wants us to give up our territory. Why are you stopping me? Hu Yao shouted angrily. The person who appeared behind Hu Yao was the fourth brother of the 9 luminaries, Qin Yao. It's time to change your bad temper. I'll handle this matter. You go back and protect Big Brother. Qin Yao frowned and said, Fourth brother. All right, stop fooling around. I can handle this. Qin Yao said again. Humph. Hu Yao snorted coldly at his fourth brother's request. He glared at Guyu fiercely before he turned around and left. After Hu Yao left, Qin Yao turned around and looked at Guyu with a smile. I've heard everything that you've said. So, are your thoughts different from your brother's? Guyu asked with a smile as well. Of course it's different. It's just 10 spiritual or mining points. Our land of the 9 luminaries has a vast territory and abundant resources. We can still afford such a small amount of resources. Guyu and Sun Qi were astonished when they heard this. It settled just like that? Qin Yao's attitude was unbelievable to Guyu and Sun Qi. Moreover, even if he really wanted to agree, shouldn't he bargain with them first? He's too straightforward. You're still the sensible one. Sun Qi couldn't help but say. Guyu glared at Sun Qi before he looked at Qin Yao and said, There are 10 spiritual or mining points to the west of the barren grasslands of Beiki. We don't want much. No problem. I'll order the troops to evacuate later. You can take over at any time. Chun Yao said without hesitation. Boss, are we asking for too little? How about we double it? I think there's still room for negotiation. Sun Chi couldn't help but mutter in the team chat. Why don't you double it? Gu Yu glared at Sun Chi before he looked at Qin Yao and said, Just say what you want. Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Now that the 9 Luminaries' army has evacuated from Beiki, the war in Beiki has also ended. But this is only temporary, isn't it? After taking a deep look at Gu Yu, Qin Yao continued. If the land of the 9 Luminaries really starts a war with the Raha land and we lose, who do you think their next target will be? Upon hearing this, Gu Yu already understood. Qin Yao wanted to drag the players into this mess and form an alliance with them to fight against the Raha land. At this moment, Gu Yu grinned. Actually, you can say that. If the invasion of the Rahu land fails, who will be the next target of the land of the 9 Luminaries in order to recover their strength? Qin Yao was stunned when he heard this. Just like what Gu Yu said, if the land of the 9 Luminaries ends the crisis of the Raha land's invasion, their next target would obviously be Beiki. Therefore, for the player clan, it didn't matter who won. They would still have to face the invasion of the next force. But in comparison, the Raha land is a bigger threat to you than us. Isn't it obvious which choice you'll make? If you still don't trust us, why don't the player clan join the forces of the 9 Luminaries? Qin Yao said with a serious expression. From Chun Yao's point of view, if they could rope in the player's strength at such a critical juncture, it would definitely be a great help to them. However, Qin Yao was obviously taking it for granted. Perhaps from Qin Yao's point of view, it was the best choice for the player clan to cooperate with them. However, from the player's point of view, they never had to make a choice. They were all adults, so naturally they wanted all of them. Even if the land of the 9 Luminaries was conquered in the end, the player clan would still bear their fangs at the Raha land, even if the Raha land didn't take the initiative to attack them. It was just that they had to go through a necessary process of accumulating strength. For the players of Battle Online, the footsteps of conquest would never stop. As the players got to know more about the underworld of the game, there were already 10 domains that they knew about. They were the 4 domains that the players existed in: the land of Beiki, Chinese server; the land of Tsangshu, European server; the land of Naraka, South America, North America, and Oceania; and the land of Demonic Spine, Asian server. There were also domains that the players had arrived at but had yet to set up camp in, namely the land of the 9 Luminaries and the land of Rahu. There were also a few domains that the players learned about from the skill source notes or the natives. They were the land of 100 Ghosts, the land of Cheonyo, and the land of Death, Western Underworld. At this stage, there were already 10 domains that the players knew about. According to Tonghua and the other NPCs, they also knew that this was only a part of the underworld. They were currently in the Eastern Underworld, the Western Underworld that they had never set foot in, and the Underworld Sea World that was even more vast than the land. The world view of the entire game was immensely vast, and there were infinite possibilities waiting for them to explore. The players wanted to explore the mysteries of this world in order to obtain powerful strength. In order to obtain powerful strength, their footsteps of conquest could never stop. Therefore, in the eyes of the players, whether it was the unbeatable 9 Luminaries brothers at this stage or the forces of the Raha land that they knew very little about, they were merely a stop in their endless journey of conquest. Perhaps they would be defeated along the way and experience setbacks, but they would still stand up countless times, flatten the mountains in front of them, and cross over to welcome the challenge of the next peak. Therefore, the players had never felt that the 9 Luminaries brothers were unreachable, and they would never wag their tails and beg for mercy to any forces that could crush the players. Even the players at the bottom of the ladder clearly knew that they were only at the beginning, not the end. There could only be one future for them, and that was to become the king of the underworld. This was the character of the players, with unlimited potential and fearlessness. At this moment, facing Chun Yao's solicitation, the weaker forces would definitely be overwhelmed by the favor and even moved to tears. However, The ones standing in front of him were the players. Even if they were weak, the player clan had the ambition to dominate the underworld. At this moment, Gu Yu could not help but laugh. After thinking for a while, he said with a serious face, "Actually, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" "Oh, say it." Qin Yao was surprised as he looked at Gu Yu and asked, "You 9 luminaries brothers, lead all your military forces and pledge your soul to the player clan. From now on, the player clan will protect you." When Gu Yu said this, his expression was so serious that Qin Yao could not help but be stunned. After a while, Qin Yao could not help but laugh, but he did not get angry. "Do you have the strength to do that? If the player clan still maintains this mentality, then you're not far from extinction. There was a guy who once said the same thing to us, but now he knows better than anyone else that the player clan cannot be provoked, let alone stopped." Gu Yu said with a serious face. "Who?" Chen Yao asked curiously. "The Sea King." At the mention of the Sea King, the dog could not help but laugh. This leak was still growing strong and healthy. "Forget it, I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. This time, we only want 10 spiritual ore points. We will not participate in the battle between you and Rahu. But we hope that the land of the 9 luminaries can survive this battle. You hope that we can win." Chen Yao was very surprised. "Yes, I mean it, because the ones who will end you will be us players." After saying this, Gu Yu and the dog looked at each other and smiled. To Qin Yao, these words seemed a little too absurd. It was like a kitten telling a ferocious tiger that she wanted to devour it. However, looking at the serious expression on Gu Yu's face, Qin Yao did not know why his heart throbbed. After Gu Yu and the dog left, Qin Yao was still stunned, and his expression was uncertain. Is he serious? Chapter 443. Rahu Region. Amidst the rolling mountains in the south, a silhouette was exploring and moving forward in the dense forest. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Yi Sherwin strode to the mouth of the spring in front of her. She bent over and scooped up the spring water with both hands before drinking it. The reflection of the water reflected her appearance. She had clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, and long eyelashes that trembled slightly. Her fair and flawless skin was tinged with a faint blush. She looked beautiful and adorable. After quenching her thirst, Yi Sherwin stood up and glanced at the translucent map of the region on the upper right corner. Realizing that she had only explored 8% of the southern region of Rahu region, she could not help but clench her fist and told herself, "Keep it up!" Apart from sightseeing, Yi Sherwin had other important things to do in the Rahu region. She was the exploration type player that the players in the forum referred to. She did not like to fight and kill, but liked to wander around blindly and enjoy the beautiful sceneries of different regions. She came to Rahu region for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wanted to explore. Secondly, she had received an order from the Battle Official Forum to explore Rahu region. She would then post the map she explored on the forum for other players to view. According to the player who placed the order, it was called Scouting the Enemy and Understanding the Landscape of Rahu region in advance in preparation for a future war. This gave Yi Sherwin the illusion that she was like a scout who went to spy on the enemy before a war in ancient times. Unfortunately, the reward offered by the player was very high. Unable to resist the temptation of money, Yi Sherwin accepted the order without hesitation. However, it was not an easy task. Before she arrived at Rahu region, she had died several times on the way. This made Yi Sherwin realize that exploring was not an easy task. One must have enough strength to support it. Unfortunately, she was just a poor university student. Not only did she have no money to spend, she did not like to fight monsters. This caused her to level up very slowly, and she did not have soul coins to buy equipment. She could only live in the lowest level of the players. However, Yi Sherwin loved exploring from the bottom of her heart. Yi Sherwin, who studied history, was fascinated by the local customs and cultures of different regions. He even had the urge to write an encyclopedia about the conquest of the world's humanities. However, she did not have the money. The huge project was not something she could complete alone. Moreover, her method of exploration was vastly different from other players. Wealthy players bought wings in the shop to fly. There were even zombie wolves and other mounts that could be ridden. On the other hand, she could only use the teleportation array, the kind that she couldn't even bear to use. Hence, from Yi Sherwin's point of view, only players with money and power could go on an adventure. She was at most a poor one. She was even very frugal when it came to food. She always wanted to save up some soul coins to buy good equipment. It took Yi Sherwin 4 days to get there. He was afraid that he would be sent back to Beiki, so he could only proceed cautiously. This also caused her to slow down in exploring the map. However, since he had accepted this business, Yi Sherwin was already prepared to suffer. As long as he didn't die, he had to hold on no matter how poor he was. After encouraging himself, Yi Sherwin carried the travel bag he bought in the mall and set off again. The mission she had accepted on the forum this time was to explore the dense forest in the south of the Raha land. This place was densely forested, and wild beasts, poisonous insects, and other creatures ran amok. Yi Sherwin had suffered a lot. Fortunately, Yi Sherwin did not encounter any strong and powerful wild monsters along the way. This made Yi Sherwin feel very fortunate. As long as she didn't die, nothing would be a problem. Yi Sherwin even felt a little happy when she thought of the reward after completing the mission. After walking along the pile of rocks in front of her for a distance, Yi Sherwin wiped the sweat off her forehead again. She found a huge rock and jumped on it. At this moment, her hunger was close to the red line, and her stomach had started to growl. She knew that it was time for her to eat, or else she would enter a weakened state. Thinking of this, she opened the game mall with a pained expression and clicked on the food category. Suddenly, countless delicacies came into view. There were all kinds of exotic delicacies, and Yi Sherwin subconsciously swallowed her saliva. However, these foods were not her goal. After she dejectedly entered the word dry bread in the search bar, the product suddenly changed to 3 different flavors of dry bread. Yi Sherwin's goal was to buy the cheapest of the 3 types of dry bread, and only one of them. Yes, I'm that poor, so poor that I feel justified. Everything is to save money for buying equipment. Saving makes me happy, and makes me happy. Yi Sherwin comforted herself. After the purchase, the dry bread suddenly appeared in the inventory. Yi Sherwin immediately took it out, then clicked on the game mall's food list again. She looked at the delicacies on the list and began to eat. In terms of quenching thirst by looking at plums, Yi Sherwin felt that she was quite talented, probably not much worse than Chow Chow at that time. At this moment, the taste of the food seemed to have changed, as if it was contaminated with the taste of the delicacies in the mall. In fact, it was not. In terms of self-deception, Yi Sherwin felt that her talent should be maxed out. With a sad mood, Yi Sherwin began to eat the dry bread and began to imagine that one day she would be rich. Then, by the wings of death in the mall, soar in the sky, embrace the blue sky, and dance with the birds. Then, the fantasy in her mind turned into the scene of riding the white phantom spirit beast and galloping freely on the green grass, full of flowers. Life is so king blissful. Apui. Just when Yi Sherwin was still immersed in her fantasy, a voice suddenly appeared in her ear. "Little girl, what's that in your hand?" Hearing the sudden voice, Yi Sherwin was shocked. She immediately stood up and got into a fighting stance. As an explorer, she naturally had to have the ability to protect herself in the wilderness. So Yi Sherwin specially learned some fighting skills from the official forum. Although she had not learned it at all, it was not wrong to put on a fighting stance to scare the opponent. What if the opponent was frightened and retreated without fighting? Thinking of this, Yi Sherwin could not help but lift her foot and stomp on the boulder under her. Then she let out a ha, and her expression became extremely serious. The trick to scaring people was to overwhelm the opponent with momentum. This was what the experts in the forum said, and Yi Sherwin remembered it. "I just want to ask what's in your hand." The voice came again. I'm very strong. Yi Sherwin frowned. Okay, you're very strong. Can you tell me what's in your hand? The voice seemed very helpless and could only speak perfunctorily. Hearing this, Yi Sherwin could not help but walk to the edge of the boulder and looked toward the source of the voice. She immediately found that there was a person under the boulder, and only the person's head was above the ground. At this moment his hair was disheveled, and his hair was covered with dried leaves and mud. He looked very miserable, as if he had been buried here for a period of time. At this moment, the person blew away the gray hair that blocked his vision, revealing a dark face. He looked at Yi Sherwin and said, "Little girl, come down and talk. Let's talk." Oh, seeing that the person did not seem to be a threat, Yi Sherwin let down her guard and directly jumped down from the boulder. Aya. The moment she landed, Yi Sherwin, who did not stand properly, fell flat on her face. Seeing this scene, the man under the boulder had a shocked expression on his face. At this moment, he was very suspicious of where this little girl got the courage to come out alone. Realizing that her posture was indecent, Yi Sherwin hurriedly stood up and patted off the dirt on her body, an awkward expression on her face. "It's okay, I didn't see, Yi Sherwin. Did you ask about the bread in my hand?" At this moment, Yi Sherwin raised the bread in her hand and asked, Yes. The man under the boulder suddenly had a look of surprise and then said, "Can you let me eat some?" Hearing that this person wanted to eat her dry bread, Yi Sherwin immediately took a step back vigilantly. "No, this is my lunch." Hearing this, a look of anxiety appeared on the man's face. "How about this? I will trade with you using the Azura Dao technique. Just give me some." "Azura Dao technique? How much is it worth?" Yi Sherwin asked curiously. "Not worth much," the man immediately replied. "Then I won't trade," Yi Sherwin said with a look of disdain. "You were born in the Luoho region, but you don't know about the Azura Dao?" The man was stunned. "I don't know, I only know about the Hell Dao. That thing is worth a lot of money," Yi Sherwin said as she took a bite of the dry bread. At this moment, the man suddenly felt a little incredulous. It was really a King miracle that this little girl could grow so big. Chapter 444. Yi Sherwin calmly chewed on her dry bread as she looked at the man under the rock. Although the dry bread wasn't very tasty, Yi Sherwin felt that it was enough to fill her stomach. After all, she was a poor person, and poor people couldn't ask for too much. "Let me have a bite," the man said with a longing expression. "No," Yi Sherwin replied without hesitation. "Actually, my Tao of Azura isn't inferior to the Tao of Hell. As long as you master the power of the Tao of Azura, your future will be limitless." The man could only say this. "Really?" Yi Sherwin asked doubtfully. She suddenly remembered that she had the ability to analyze things. Let's see who the guy under the rock was. Thus, she immediately turned on the analysis function and looked at the man under the rock. Azura, 3rd level ancient god. Character information. Creator of the Raha land, creator of the Tao of Azura, ancient god ranked on the underworld god list, master of the power of Azura laws. Suppressed by Emperor Feng, dew in the mountains to the south of the Raha land. Hope that he will repent and turn over a new leaf after thousands of years of suffering and escape from his inner demons. Character status. Tasteless, cultivating. Mountain seal. Physical body is connected to the mountains and trapped here. As long as the mountains are not destroyed, the seal will not be broken. Yi Sherwin. Yi Sherwin shuddered subconsciously when she saw the analysis interface of the sloppy man. Gasp! She sucked in a breath of cold air, sucking out the cold air of the Raha land and warming it up. "Azura?" Yi Sherwin asked cautiously. "How do you know my name?" Azura's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was sealed in the depths of the mountains, he had seen a few outsiders during this period, and those outsiders didn't associate him with the ancient god Azura. They all left in a hurry and didn't even want to talk to him. Thus, Azura found it unbelievable that Yi Sherwin would call out his name. After all, he had disappeared for millions of years. "How do you know my identity?" Azura asked again. He was sure that the little girl in front of him was in a completely clueless state before suddenly calling out his name. It was extremely strange. Yi Sherwin frowned slightly when she heard this. She thought for a moment and hesitated before saying, "I guessed." Azura. If he could break free from the seal, Azura really wanted to hit her hard on the head. Even ghosts might not believe these words. How could he, an ancient god, believe them? Speak the truth. Azura couldn't help but glare. Yi Sherwin couldn't help but stick out his tongue and say, "Pft, pft, I won't say it." The ability to analyze was a player's secret. Naturally, they couldn't just tell the natives in the game. Although she was just a player at the bottom of the sewer, Yi Sherwin still had this awareness. "Since you know I'm an Azura, how dare you speak to me like this?" The curious Azura glared at him. "You are already sealed. It's not like you can come out and hit me. What do I have to be afraid of?" Yi Sherwin said as he took a bite of the dry bread. He did not panic in the slightest. "Azura!" At this moment, Azura felt extremely aggrieved. However, he was sealed here by the Emperor Feng Du and couldn't escape at all. Just as the woman in front of him said, he really couldn't do anything to her. After taking a deep breath, Azura couldn't be bothered to stoop to her level. She immediately said, "Since you know my identity, are you willing to exchange the Azura Path technique for the food in your hand?" Upon hearing that, Yi Sherwin was stunned. She looked at the bread in her hand and then at Azura. She immediately had a conflicted expression on her face. Although she knew that the deal seemed to be profitable, Yi Sherwin felt that giving away a piece of bread was really a luxury after living in poverty for a long time. To be precise, it was half a piece. Besides, she couldn't guarantee if the person buried underground would keep his promise. After thinking about it, Yi Sherwin asked with a bitter expression, "Can we split the rest in half?" Hearing Yi Sherwin's words, Azura couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was his first time seeing such a stupid and stingy person. Sure, Azura could only grit his teeth and agree. Upon hearing that, Yi Sherwin still had a reluctant expression on her face. She was very biased as she tore the bread in her hand into two pieces, one big and one small. She then said, "Here, we'll split it in half." With that, Yi Sherwin walked up to Azura and handed the piece of bread that was obviously much smaller to Azura. At that moment, Azura really had the urge to jump out of the seal and twist the woman's head off. "I'm Azura. Do you think I'm a beggar?" Looking at the resentful Azura, Yi Sherwin said with a pained expression, "Hurry up and eat it. I don't have hands. Give it to me." Azura said angrily, "You're so troublesome." Yi Sherwin couldn't help but pout and then extended her hand. At that moment, Yi Sherwin was very curious because Azura's analysis menu clearly stated that he had no taste. If that was the case, why was he still thinking about eating the bread? But soon Yi Sherwin found out why. Just as she put her hand to Azura's mouth, Azura suddenly stretched its head out and bit her finger. Yi Sherwin was stunned for 3 seconds before she let out a scream. "You bit the wrong thing. You bit the wrong thing." Azura ignored Yi Sherwin's scream and bit even harder. His teeth even sank into Yi Sherwin's flesh, causing her to bleed. At that moment, Azura's eyes were filled with excitement. This was because his goal was not to eat the bread in Yi Sherwin's hand, but to eat Yi Sherwin herself. Yi Sherwin, who was bitten in pain, was teary-eyed. She raised her fist and hammered Azura's head, but it obviously did not cause any damage. "Let go!" Yi Sherwin shouted again as she hammered Azura's head. At that moment, a smile appeared on Azura's face as he mumbled something. His dark face was soon covered with twisted purple runes. Moreover, these runes quickly followed Yi Sherwin's bitten finger and climbed up his body. At that moment, Yi Sherwin's heart skipped a beat. She knew that she was done for. She was indeed too young to have trusted this great demon king so easily. She would probably have to return to Beiki now. Yi Sherwin felt very wronged at the thought of having to walk for another 4 days. She was weak, pitiful, and extremely poor. However, before she died, Yi Sherwin felt that there was one more thing that she had to do, and it was something that she had to do. Thinking of this, she quickly stuffed the bread in her other hand into her mouth and started wolfing it down. Even if she died, she would never waste it. Sob, 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 Yi Sherwin choked as she ate. She could not help but beat her chest hard. After she calmed down and swallowed the bread, Yi Sherwin could not help but show a trace of relief on her face. At least she ate the bread before she died. There was no waste, so it was not considered a loss. Yi Sherwin always felt that she was gifted in deceiving others and herself. Even if she was going to die, she had to come up with a reason to comfort her weak heart before she died. Taking another look at Azura and the purple runes crawling all over his body, Yi Sherwin sighed and sat on the ground. She hugged her knees with one hand and began to wait for death. After a while, death had yet to come, but Yi Sherwin was already a little impatient. This ancient god is not even as strong as a wild monster, yet it takes so much effort to kill a player, Yi Sherwin complained in her heart. At this moment, Azura suddenly opened her mouth and then raised her head excitedly to look at Yi Sherwin. Ha ha ha, I did it. Yi Sherwin was stunned on the spot for 2 seconds. Then she hurriedly crawled back several meters with her hands and feet. Little girl, this is an opportunity that I gave you, and you are also an opportunity for me. There is no need to thank me, Azura said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Sherwin did not reply. She decisively picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Azura. Bam! The smile on Azura's face instantly froze. Bam! At this moment, Yi Sherwin threw another stone, which hit Azura's forehead. Seeing that Yi Sherwin still wanted to throw stones, Azura immediately said, Stop! Bam! Don't be so ungrateful. Bam! Let's talk. Bam! 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 What an unreasonable woman. Azura gave up on negotiating and looked at Yi Sherwin quietly, waiting for her attack to end. After a while, Yi Sherwin seemed to be a little tired and finally gave up on throwing stones. However, she still looked at Azura angrily. At this moment, Azura heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said, Listen to me. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Don't try to lie to me again. Afraid that she would be tricked again, Yi Sherwin decisively covered her ears and shouted while shaking her head. At this moment, Azura really wanted to break the seal and then twist off the top of the woman's head to see what was inside. At this moment, the strange and twisted purple runes on the surface of Yi Sherwin's body suddenly began to slowly enter her body. Then, a game notification appeared. Game notification. Congratulations on learning the Azura Realm's extreme skill, Azura Word. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Yi Sherwin for learning the Azura Realm's extreme skill, Azura Word. Azura Word Extreme Curse Killing. Skill Introduction. The extreme curse killing technique of the Azura Realm. In the process of cultivating this technique, the cultivator will enter a state of tasteless and understand the true meaning of Azura Word. After learning this skill, any curse skill can be materialized on the target's body. Curse type ability. Skill Growth Proficiency. Level 1, 0/10,000 points. Next level unlocked ability. Azura Word Curse Effect increased by 1 stage. Highest effect at this stage is Ghost Commander Beginner. Method to increase proficiency. Cast the spell Shura Word. Seeing that the Azura Word imprint had already entered Yi Sherwin's body, a smile appeared on Azura's face, because this was exactly what he wanted. The Azura Realm's cultivation system that he had mastered was divided into 4 major systems: Physique Path, Killing Curse Path, Sacrifice Path, and Transformation Path. The cultivation process of each system required one to endure the pain of part of the body's functions being blocked. For example, tasteless, painless, soundless, and so on. This time, the Azura word that he had imparted to Yi Sherwin was the strongest extreme skill in the killing curse Tao system. It had the powerful curse ability of tasteless. The reason why he imparted the Azura word imprint that he had cultivated to Yi Sherwin was to break free from the great Emperor's seal. At this moment, the tasteless state on his body had been removed, and he had successfully broken free from all the restrictions of the Azura realm. At this moment, Azura was extremely excited, because he was about to break free from the seal, and he could finally start his plan again. At this moment, Yi Sherwin was in a daze. Server announcement skill. Omega, am I going to be rich? Chapter 445. The dark clouds have dispersed, and beautiful days are waving at me. Life is full of surprises. Yi Sherwin thought to herself with a joyful expression. This time, she did not look at Azura with such disdain. After all, she was going to be rich soon. She had to be more cultured. Little girl, try out the ability I gave you. Azura said with a smile. How do I use it? Yi Sherwin asked with an adorable expression. You can use it however you want. As long as you curse the target, it will appear. Azura replied. That's amazing. Yi Sherwin's eyes lit up. Of course, this is the power of Azura Extreme Tao, and it is also the most powerful curse technique. It is nothing ordinary. Azura said proudly. Yi Sherwin nodded solemnly, then looked at Azura and yelled, Become an idiot! Azura! As expected, her expectations of her were too high. Huh? It doesn't work. Yi Sherwin asked with an adorable expression. I am a master of the laws of Azura, so it won't work on me. Try it on other creatures. Azura gritted her teeth as the veins on her forehead bulged. Oh, I got it. Yi Sherwin replied immediately. Then she looked around and began to search for a target to curse on. At this time, a rabbit happened to leap over from the forest, not far away. Yi Sherwin yelled at the rabbit without hesitation, Become a pig! Instantly, a purple Azura mark appeared on the rabbit's head. Then, the rabbit that had just leaped into the air turned into a fat pig in the air and fell to the ground. At the same time, Yi Sherwin received a game notification. Game notification. Used Azura word on target, jungle rabbit. Spell automatically identified as transformation curse. Target, jungle rabbit, has been cursed. At this moment, the rabbit was clearly frightened by its own actions. It looked down at its front limbs, then turned to look at Yi Sherwin, who was not far away, and its expression became one of extreme horror. Hey, hee hee. Yi Sherwin could not help but giggle at this scene. The rabbit was clearly frightened, and it immediately began to run away. Seeing this, Yi Sherwin stretched out her hand and pointed at the rabbit. Become an idiot! Game notification. Using Shura's word on target, jungle rabbit, the spell automatically identified consciousness shielding spell. Target, jungle rabbit, has been cursed. Rabbit, who had already turned into a pig, immediately went into a daze. Saliva even began to drip from the corners of his mouth. He looked incredibly silly and adorable. Wow! Seeing this scene, Yi Sherwin could not help but exclaim, Can I really do anything? Yi Sherwin quickly turned to look at Azura and asked, Of course you can. Anything you say will become a corresponding curse. Azura replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Sherwin turned around with a face full of anticipation and spoke to the pig-transformed rabbit again. Come on, let's go. You're poisoned. Game notification. Using Shura's word on target, jungle rabbit, the spell automatically identified poison curse. Target, jungle rabbit, has been afflicted with a poison curse. After saying that, the Shura mark reappeared on Rabbit's head. Then his skin began to turn dark brown, and the blood vessels beneath his skin began to show. Cure the poison. Immediately, the dark brown color on the pig's body faded, and it returned to its pink color. You've grown old. Game notification. Use Shura's word on target, jungle rabbit. The spell automatically identified the curse of aging. Target, jungle rabbit, has been afflicted with the curse of aging. You're on fire. Spontaneous combustion curse. You are sad. Emotion curse. You think you can fly? Delusion curse. You can't breathe. At this moment, Yi Sherwin was having a lot of fun. As for the rabbit that had turned into a pig, it fell to the ground with its last breath. Remove the curse. Yi Sherwin hurriedly shouted, seemingly realizing that the rabbit was about to die. Immediately, the pink pig turned back into a rabbit. This time, the rabbit's gaze towards Yi Sherwin was filled with rage. Then it actually spoke in human language. Are you sick? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you tormenting me? Yi Sherwin was dumbfounded when he saw Rabbit actually speaking. How can you speak? Yi Sherwin asked cautiously. Although I'm not strong, I've cultivated for hundreds of years. What's wrong with speaking? Rabbit seemed to have forgotten its fear and roared at Yi Sherwin angrily. Mr. Rabbit, I'm sorry. Yi Sherwin said pitifully. What do you mean sorry? Have you considered my feelings? I was born to hide everywhere so that I wouldn't be eaten. Finally, I've cultivated a little bit. Now that I've met such an evil fellow, it's not easy for me. As Rabbit spoke, tears suddenly welled up in its eyes. It continued to speak while wiping away its tears. These days were too tough. It was so king hard to be a rabbit. Yi Sherwin, Azura, Rabbit, don't say any more. I know I'm wrong. Yi Sherwin apologized sincerely. Compensation. 1 stalk of spiritual material. Rabbit said indignantly. Hearing that, Yi Sherwin's heart skipped a beat. In his mind, he quickly began to convert the value of the spiritual material. First, he eliminated the spiritual material of the highest level and chose the lowest level 1 spiritual material. Level 1 spiritual materials, lowest price equals 63 soul coins. 63 soul coins equals 126 dry bread. 126 dry bread equals 42 days of food rations. Oh my God! Sigma, degree. Yi Sherwin's face was pale. She took a few steps back and wanted to say, talking about money hurts feelings. But looking at Rabbit's angry face, she suddenly found it hard to say that. At that moment, Yi Sherwin felt like her soul was being destroyed. After all, it was 63 soul coins, a huge sum of money. As an adventurer who did not like to fight monsters or carry bricks, 63 soul coins were her life. She could even lose her life, but 63 soul coins must not be lost. Thinking of this, Yi Sherwin fell into a dilemma. She definitely could not give him money, but Rabbit looked so pitiful after struggling for a while. Yi Sherwin suddenly raised his head and said to Rabbit, You've forgotten everything that just happened. Game notification. Shura spell was used on target, jungle rabbit. The spell automatically identified amnesia curse. Target, jungle rabbit, has been affected by the amnesia curse. The Shura mark appeared on top of Rabbit's head again. Then, with a flash of purple light, the anger in Rabbit's eyes faded, and its expression became dull. After being in a daze for a while, Rabbit came back to its senses. When it saw Yi Sherwin standing in front of it, it immediately took a few steps back vigilantly. Rabbit, did you forget something? Yi Sherwin asked tentatively. Cuckoo, Rabbit immediately replied. Yi Sherwin was speechless. Can you talk? Cuckoo. As it spoke, Rabbit once again took a few steps back vigilantly, then turned around and ran. Looking at Rabbit running away, Yi Sherwin could not help but smile. Regardless of whether it could talk or not, it was good that it had been forgotten. It was good that it had been forgotten. He had saved 126 dry bread, and his life had become full and beautiful again. Letting out a long sigh, Yi Sherwin turned to look at Azura, only to find that Azura was looking at her as if she was an idiot. At this moment, Azura felt that he had given his inheritance to such an extremely stupid fellow. He had really fed it to the dogs, but there was no other way. He had been sealed here for too long. He really could not wait any longer. So if he fed it to the dog, then so be it. Thinking of this, Azura suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. Azura, do you have anything else? Yi Sherwin asked tentatively. Scram, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, when I come out, the first thing I'll do is strip your ability back. Azura said fiercely. Yi Sherwin stuck out his tongue, then turned around and strode toward the dense forest. With such a powerful ability, Yi Sherwin felt that he could soon reach the peak of life. That was great. After Yi Sherwin left, Azura's expression became extremely solemn again. He began to activate the power in his body to break the seal. The seal of Emperor Fengdu was connected to the surrounding mountains and the ground, so it would not be easy to break it. But for this moment, he had already prepared for it. Back then, Emperor Fengdu had said that he was too paranoid. The Azura Dao technique that he created was too extreme, causing his 5 senses to be blocked, and the inner demons in his heart became stronger and stronger. If this continued, sooner or later, he would not be able to sense anything, and he would not even be able to sense his own existence. He would completely lose himself. However, at that time, he did not care at all. In fact, he even wanted to achieve this goal. That was because he had a crazy idea and plan. That was to use the nothingness of his body to fuse with the 6 paths of reincarnation and become the controller of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, in order to wake him up, Emperor Fengdu had sealed him so that he could no longer continue cultivating. Unless he could regain his lost 5 senses and body functions, he would not be able to be free. Therefore, in order to break free from the seal, he had been continuously wearing down his Azura Dao mark for the past millions of years. And this last Azura word had been eliminated, which meant that he could already try to break free from the seal. With excitement, Azura began to mobilize the primordial power in his body. At that moment, the power that he could not mobilize returned again and filled his body, allowing Azura to experience the feeling of being powerful again. As the power in his body continued to rise, the ground shook. The chains that connected the mountains to his body began to break one by one. At that moment, Azura was extremely excited. Damn the Emperor! When I break free from the seal, I will continue to cultivate. When I master the 6 paths of reincarnation, I will make you kneel down and call me Daddy. Thinking of this, Azura was elated and could not help but laugh out loud. And the mountains also shook crazily in his laughter. At that moment, a brass bell suddenly appeared above Azura's head. Seeing this large bell, Azura's expression suddenly changed. Emperor Fengdu, suppress! A distant sigh sounded. The brass bell immediately emitted a dazzling light and slowly pressed down on Azura's head. Ah, East Mountain old thief, I didn't provoke you. Why are you suppressing me? He had finally broken free from Emperor Fengdu's mountain seal and thought that he was finally free, but he did not expect that Emperor Fengdu would come and even want to seal him. At that moment, Azura's heart was filled with resentment. This seal is called the Heart Demon Seal. When you no longer have the thought of fusing with the 6 paths of reincarnation, this seal will naturally be removed. Emperor Fengdu's voice resounded in his mind. At that moment, the bell also descended and suppressed Azura once again. Percent Yanat. Percent. At that moment, all the curses in Azura's mind were unleashed. Chapter 446. After leaving the area where Azura was, Yi Sherwin once again embarked on his journey of exploration and money-making. Now that he had such a powerful curse ability, Yi Sherwin felt a little inflated. He no longer had to be careful when he was on his way. Instead, he walked in a straight line. With big strides, Yi Sherwin felt like he was the most handsome guy in this mountain range. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Yi Sherwin lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Sherwin, who was shocked, jumped up from the ground like a rabbit. He turned around and saw a brass bell floating above the area where Azura was. The brass bell had a simple design and was engraved with various ancient characters. It floated in the air and rotated slowly. Just then, he could vaguely hear curses coming from afar. Under Yi Sherwin's astonished gaze, the bell suddenly fell. The shaking of the ground stopped and the surroundings returned to normal. Yi Sherwin was speechless. Yi Sherwin thought it was Azura's doing. He thought for a while and turned around again, ready to continue his journey. After all, there was still 95% of the area that he had yet to explore. He could return to Beiki happily after he was done. By then, he would have to treat himself to a good meal. Thinking of this, Yi Sherwin suddenly felt inexplicably excited. After all, he was a poor man. It was easy to be satisfied. After taking a few steps, a rabbit that was startled by the shaking of the ground suddenly jumped out from the bushes beside him. It then crashed into the tree next to Yi Sherwin. The rabbit could not help but roll its eyes and fall to the ground. Its legs kicked and twitched twice. Holy sh*t, it hurts! The rabbit quickly stood up and began to rub its head with both of its hands, while speaking in human language. Yi Sherwin was stunned. He was even a little nervous because he was familiar with this rabbit. It was the rabbit that he had experimented with the effects of the curse previously. At this moment, the rabbit in Yi Sherwin's eyes had a huge debt of 63 soul coins. Naturally, it felt a little guilty when it saw its creditor. Rabbit. Yi Sherwin asked in a low voice. Hearing the voice, the rabbit immediately stopped rubbing its head and turned its head to look at Yi Sherwin. Coo, coo, coo. Can't you talk? Yi Sherwin was stunned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Rabbit began to play dumb, taking small steps back with a vigilant look on his face. Suddenly, Yi Sherwin realized that the rabbit seemed to have forgotten that he owed it a huge sum of money. He instantly released a breath of relief in his heart. It's good that you've forgotten. Rabbit looked at Yi Sherwin and muttered inwardly. He seemed to have met this woman before. But why did she look at him with such fear in her eyes? Was she afraid of him? With that in mind, Rabbit asked tentatively, We know each other? Yes. Yi Sherwin said without hesitation. How do you know each other? Rabbit asked cautiously. You owe me a spiritual material. Yi Sherwin said with a guilty conscience. Impossible. I can't even afford to eat spiritual materials myself. How could I owe you a spiritual material? Rabbit's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. It's okay. You don't have to return it. I'm not a stingy person. Yi Sherwin continued to say with a guilty conscience. That's still impossible. Tell me, why do I owe you a stock of spiritual material? The rabbit asked stubbornly. You ate it just now, and then you suddenly lost your memory. When Yi Sherwin said this, he was obviously not confident. Rabbit heard this and looked at the big tree he had just crashed into. He couldn't help but rub his head and fell into deep thought. Could it be that he lost his memory from the crash just now? That can't be. I've been cultivating for hundreds of years. How can my body be so fragile? Thinking of this, Rabbit couldn't help but raise his head and ask, You really didn't lie to me? Yi Sherwin nodded quickly. You said it yourself. You don't have to return it. Rabbit said immediately. Yes, I don't have to return it. Yi Sherwin nodded quickly. Then what else do you want? Hearing that there was no need to return it, the nervousness on Rabbit's face immediately dissipated, and he continued to rub his swollen rabbit head. Are you familiar with this area? Can you be my guide? Yi Sherwin asked with slight anticipation. If there was a creature familiar with this mountain range as a guide, Yi Sherwin felt that her exploration progress would be much faster. After all, she hadn't opened up the map yet. She was shrouded in fog, and it was easy to walk into a dead end. In that case, she could only turn back and take a detour, which would be a waste of time. Hearing this, Rabbit raised his head and glanced at Yi Sherwin. "Are there any benefits? I don't need you to return the spiritual materials, do I?" Yi Sherwin said guiltily. "You said you don't have to return it first, then made a request, so the first matter has been waived. This is the second matter, and there must be a reward," Rabbit said seriously. To Yi Sherwin, she could talk about anything except money. No matter how hard and tiring it was impossible to talk about money unless she was the one benefiting from it. But without Rabbit's help, it would take her a long time to complete the task. This made Yi Sherwin very conflicted. After thinking for a while, Yi Sherwin said with a bitter expression, "How about a piece of dry bread?" "What's dry bread?" Rabbit asked doubtfully. "An expensive delicacy," Yi Sherwin said her evaluation of dry bread. This sentence was not mixed with any exaggeration, because this was Yi Sherwin's actual evaluation of dry bread that was priced at 5 Sol coins. If it wasn't for the fact that he would die from hunger, Yi Sherwin felt that he could go hungry for a long time. In this way, he could save 5 Sol coins for a day, 45 Sol coins for a month, and a huge sum for a year. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the concept that dry bread was an expensive delicacy, and it was in line with the logic of the poor. Rabbit, who had never heard of such food, could not help but fall into deep thought, then asked curiously, "Can you let me see what dry bread looks like? Let's finish it first." Yi Sherwin, who did not want to spend Sol coins to buy it, could not help but answer. After all, he only bought dry bread when he was in urgent need and never stocked up. This was because every time he spent Sol coins, Yi Sherwin felt a pain like his flesh was being cut. "Then, how do you want me to believe you?" Rabbit suddenly glared. "Why don't you try to believe me for once?" Yi Sherwin felt that she was obviously at a disadvantage in the conversation with Rabbit, and she did not have any imposing manner to speak of. Rabbit rubbed its head, and its eyes flickered. Naturally, it was very familiar with this mountain range, so it would not be a problem to be a guide. However, it did not know if it should believe the girl in front of it. Although it had lived for hundreds of years, Rabbit's social circle was actually very small, so it was not very sure if the agreement to pay for the work was trustworthy. After thinking for a while, Rabbit said with a serious expression, "Do you provide food during the work?" Hearing this, Yi Sherwin said without hesitation, "No." Rabbit's eyes widened. "Then what do I eat?" "You're a rabbit. Eat grass." Yi Sherwin said as he pointed at the nearby weeds. "Rabbit. I'm a rabbit who has cultivated successfully. I don't eat grass. That's for the lowly rabbits." Rabbit could not help but scold. "Then what do you eat?" Yi Sherwin looked stunned. Rabbit pointed at the top of a big tree beside them. "Leaves. That works too." Yi Sherwin nodded. Thus, a poor player and a muddle-headed rabbit made an agreement to explore. From Yi Sherwin's point of view, exchanging a piece of dry bread for a guide was a huge loss. However, from Rabbit's point of view, it seemed like he had made a huge profit. After reaching an agreement, the man and the rabbit set off. During this period of time, Yi Sherwin told Rabbit about his plan to explore the entire mountain range. Rabbit did not mind. To it, it was just wandering around the mountain range every day, so it did not matter where it went. That afternoon, under Rabbit's lead, Yi Sherwin found that his exploration progress was indeed much faster, and he even bypassed a few areas with ferocious beasts. Rabbit's value rose in Yi Sherwin's eyes. This piece of dry bread did not seem to be a loss. The sky gradually darkened, and Yi Sherwin, who had been walking with Rabbit for the entire afternoon, was finally hungry. Looking at the hunger bar that had turned red, Yi Sherwin felt uncomfortable. Although he wanted to endure it, it seemed that if he did not eat soon, he would enter a weakened state, to the point where he had no choice but to eat. Yi Sherwin had no choice but to stop moving forward. Then he found some dry wood, took out a lighter from his space and lit the fire. Then the man and Rabbit sat around the bonfire. At this moment, Yi Sherwin turned to look at Rabbit and said, "Rabbit, go find some leaves to eat." "Then what do you want to eat?" Rabbit asked curiously. "I will think of a way. You go eat first." Yi Sherwin said seriously, "Do you want to eat dry bread behind my back?" Rabbit glared. Yi Sherwin's expression changed obviously, and he became very guilty. "Only for one person. I'll just have one bite." Rabbit tried to negotiate with Yi Sherwin. "No, it's too expensive." Yi Sherwin immediately refused. Rabbit heard this, but was not surprised. After all, in its heart, dry bread should be a delicacy that was comparable to spiritual ingredients, and the request for one bite was indeed a little too much. After thinking for a while, Rabbit rubbed its swollen head, turned around, and went into the forest. After Rabbit left, Yi Sherwin clicked open the game shop, selected the food category, and selected dry bread. She stomped her feet, clenched her teeth, and bought one. Taking out the dry bread from her space, the bread was still steaming hot, and the smell of wheat filled the tip of her nose. Yi Sherwin could not help but show an intoxicated expression. She would never get tired of eating it. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Chewing the bread, Yi Sherwin's brows slowly furrowed. "Why is there no taste?" Yi Sherwin did not believe it and took a few more bites. But the taste of the bread still did not change, and Yi Sherwin felt like she was eating paper. This made Yi Sherwin stop eating, and she fell into deep thought. After a moment, Yi Sherwin seemed to have found the reason, and immediately opened the game shop again and clicked on the food category list. "So I forgot to open the food list. No wonder the taste is bad," Yi Sherwin thought to himself happily. Looking at the many delicacies on the list, Yi Sherwin smiled sweetly. Drawing cakes to appease hunger, looking at plums to quench thirst, and the self-deception mode was immediately activated. When he bit down, the smile on Yi Sherwin's face froze. "Why is it still like eating paper? It's completely hard to swallow. I bought inferior goods." Yi Sherwin's mind suddenly emerged the truth that she thought. After all, these dry bread were made by the players, and it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. Thinking of this, Yi Sherwin looked very angry. "I spent so many soul coins, and I actually bought inferior goods. How can I tolerate this?" Thinking of this, Yi Sherwin continued to eat indignantly. No matter how bad it was, she must not waste it. After all, it was too expensive. Chapter 447. At this moment, Lu Wu, who was behind the scenes, was also observing Yi Sherwin, who was eating by the campfire. After receiving the notification that Yi Sherwin had mastered the Azura Ultimate Path, Lu Wu thought that he had another super talented player and was even ready to record it in his notebook. However, Yi Sherwin made him feel extremely embarrassed. It was Lu Wu's first time seeing such a poor player. As a battle team player, she was using her strength to embarrass the other fourth disaster team players and drag them down. Looking at Yi Sherwin, who was frowning and chewing on her bread, Lu Wu could not bring himself to record such a player in the list of talented players. He thought of Ao Jian, Qi Ming, Gu Yu, and the others, and then looked at Yi Sherwin, who was chewing on her bread. The gap between people was revealed just like that. At this moment, Lu Wu's mood was very similar to Azura's. It felt like a powerful supernatural ability was mistakenly given to a husky. After some thought, Lu Wu decided to observe for a while more. Otherwise, he really could not record Yi Sherwin's name. He was afraid that he would tarnish the authority of this list. Sorrow, sorrow until one's head goes bald. Enduring the unbearable pain, Yi Sherwin forced the piece of dry bread into his stomach. At this moment, a smile appeared on Yi Sherwin's face. Finished eating, no waste, no loss at all. In her opinion, at least the amount of bread did not decrease. If the amount had decreased, she would have given a bad review. Now that the most important portion had not changed, she could still accept it. Yi Sherwin started to comfort herself after activating self-deceiving mode. After stretching, Yi Sherwen began to wait for the rabbit who had finished eating the leaves to return. Then she started exploring again. Although it was already nighttime, to Yi Sherwen, time was also a part of money. Naturally, she could not waste it. A moment later, the rabbit's figure emerged from the bushes and came to the campfire. At this moment, it was holding a fat creature in its mouth that looked like a rat. "Rabbit, what is this?" Hearing this, the rabbit put down the rat and said indignantly, "I met this bamboo rat on the way. Because of a disagreement, I fought with it. I couldn't help but kill it. I thought that I shouldn't waste it, so I brought it back." Yi Sherwen was speechless. "You're a rabbit. Can you eat meat?" "Nonsense. I'm a rabbit that has cultivated successfully. I'm not someone those rabbits that eat weeds can compare to," the rabbit said proudly. "Oh, right. Lend me a fire to roast it." With that said, Rabbit pulled out a branch from the bonfire and scooped up the bamboo rat on the ground. Then he placed it on the bonfire and began to roast it. From Yi Sherwen's point of view, this scene was really very unharmonious. A rabbit roasting a mouse to eat. It was very strange. Yi Sherwen had no choice. It was a rabbit with a high level of cultivation, after all. Under the roasting, the bamboo-haired rat's fur began to burn away, revealing the flesh beneath its skin. A meaty fragrance wafted over, causing Yi Sherwen to feel hungry once again. How cruel! Yi Sherwen had never eaten meat after playing Battle Online for so long. The best thing he had ever eaten was the dumplings distributed by the game on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. They were sweet too. At this moment, Yi Sherwen felt hurt. This mouse was so fat that the rabbit couldn't possibly finish it. Thinking of this, Yi Sherwen couldn't help but whisper, "Rabbit, why don't you share some with me? I'll get indigestion if I eat too much at night." Upon hearing that, Rabbit couldn't help but raise its head to look at Yi Sherwen. Then it shook its head decisively. "That won't do. You won't even share your dry bread with me. Why should I share with you? Then what if I can't finish it?" Yi Sherwen tried to negotiate. "If I can't finish it, then throw it away," Rabbit said without hesitation. Yi Sherwen was speechless. Faced with such a realistic rabbit, Yi Sherwen couldn't think of any words to ask for food. He could only nod with a bitter face. After the bamboo rat was roasted, Rabbit began to chew on the bamboo rat's meat happily. Meanwhile, Yi Sherwen bit his finger at the side, activating the mode of drawing cakes to appease his hunger. So fragrant! The meat was fresh and delicious. In the state of YY, Yi Sherwen experienced the ultimate delicacy. He was extremely immersed in it. After a while, Rabbit seemed to be full and let out a long sigh. Then it threw the completely eaten bamboo rat's bones into the bonfire. "How's the taste?" Yi Sherwen couldn't help but ask. "Not bad. It's better than the leaves," Rabbit answered honestly. Hearing this, Yi Sherwen had an envious expression on his face. "Then should we sleep now?" Rabbit asked as it rubbed its bulging stomach. "No, we have to continue exploring." Yi Sherwen immediately rejected this suggestion. Rabbit scratched its head, as if it didn't understand, but it still nodded. "That's fine. I'm full anyway. I can't sleep." Thus, the human and Rabbit put out the bonfire. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, they began to explore the southern mountain ranges of the Luoho region. With Rabbit leading the way, Yi Sherwen didn't have to worry about encountering wild beasts. As a rabbit demon that had lived in this area for hundreds of years, it was very familiar with the terrain. Even at night, it didn't have to worry about anything. Thus, their exploration progress was greatly improved. As they walked forward, Rabbit suddenly raised its head and sniffed. Then it said, "There's a creature lighting a fire up ahead." Hearing this, Yi Sherwen also raised its head and took 2 deep breaths like Rabbit. Then it nodded solemnly. "Although I can't smell it, I believe you." "Rabbit, are we still going over?" "I'm afraid it'll be dangerous," Rabbit asked after some thought. "Don't be afraid. If it's lighting a fire, I suspect it's a player. We're on the same side." Yi Sherwin said calmly. No, I'm scared. Rabbit, who was usually very vigilant, instantly backed down. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Yi Sherwin clenched its fist and encouraged it. All right, but go over quietly. Don't get discovered. Rabbit could only say that. Thus, the human and Rabbit continued forward, heading in the direction of the smell. After walking less than 100 meters, a faint fire suddenly appeared in Yi Sherwin and Rabbit's vision. They could even hear faint chatter in the distance. Seeing this, Rabbit immediately stopped and pricked up its ears to listen. Seeing this, Yi Sherwin also listened attentively. However, it was clear that she didn't have the rabbit's talent. She couldn't hear anything at all. Rabbit, I can't hear anything. Yi Sherwin said softly. Then let's get closer. Rabbit suggested after some thought. Closer. Then the human and Rabbit began to sneak toward the bonfire in front of them. After getting closer, Yi Sherwin could finally hear their conversation clearly. The human and Rabbit immediately crouched down and listened attentively. Sigh, the king's rule forbids any clansman from entering Bakey. If the king finds out that we're doing this, we'll probably die a horrible death. A burly man wearing a Gala sect uniform sighed in front of the bonfire. This is a serious matter. The elders had no choice but to send us to Bakey. After all, we've lost the Sangha light this time. Without this race artifact, it'll be very difficult for Ghani to seize the throne of King Luoho. There's still a group of people eyeing this position. A skinny man with purple patterns all over his face said immediately, Don't complain. At least Ghani seizing the throne of King Luoho is beneficial to us. If we're sent to Bakey this time, Ghani will repay us double if we manage to retrieve the Sangha light. A man wearing a black robe who was sitting opposite them couldn't help but say, It's too risky. If we head south, we'll have to pass through the land of the 9 luminaries. After entering Bakey, we'll have no destination at all. All we know is that the Sangha light is in the hands of the player clan. As for whether we can find it or not, that's another matter. The burly man sighed again. Think about it on the bright side. What if we find it? The player clan isn't strong. As long as we catch their senior members and threaten them, they'll naturally submit. After hearing the black-robed man's words, the rest of them stopped complaining. However, their expressions were still filled with dissatisfaction. From their point of view, the risk of going to Bakey this time was too great. If the king found out, they would definitely be sacrificed to the Azura. There was no chance of them surviving. Not far away, Rabbit and Yi Sherwin were eavesdropping on their conversation. At that moment, Rabbit suddenly turned to look at Yi Sherwin and said in a low voice, It seems like they want to capture the player clan. They seem to want to capture the player clan. Didn't you say that you're from the player clan? Yeah, I realized it too. I'm a little scared now. Yi Sherwin immediately turned her head and replied in a low voice. Then why don't we run? Rabbit suggested. All right, let's run. Yi Sherwin replied in a low voice. After reaching an agreement, the man and Rabbit slowly got up from the ground and prepared to retreat. At that moment, the black-robed man in front of the bonfire suddenly raised his eyebrows. Then his figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Yi Sherwin and Rabbit, sneaking around. Who are you? The black-robed man said with a gloomy expression. Coo. Rabbit immediately activated her camouflage mode. She lay on the ground, picked up a bunch of weeds, and began to nibble on them. At that moment, Yi Sherwin was extremely nervous. The thought of having to return to Bakey if she died made her face pale. She rarely fought, so her mental fortitude was extremely poor in the face of danger. She subconsciously looked at Rabbit and then at the man in front of her. She said nervously, Coo. After thinking for a while, she resisted the urge to lie on the ground and eat the weeds like Rabbit. At that moment, Rabbit, who was eating the grass, suddenly choked and started coughing. The black-robed man's gloomy face also showed a hint of surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. "You're from the player clan? Coo, coo, coo." Yi Sherwin tried to forcibly disguise herself. At that moment, Rabbit was the first to lose it. She spat out the weeds in her mouth and said with a sad and indignant expression, "How can I disguise myself like this? I've been exposed." Yi Sherwin also looked sad and indignant. "I was scared out of my wits. Besides, I've never learned how to disguise myself as a rabbit. This is my first time. Please understand." Rabbit was speechless. "Now I have something to ask you. Tell me where the leader of the player clan is, and I may let you go." The black-robed man looked at Yi Sherwin and said, "I won't tell you. Although I'm poor, I have a backbone." Yi Sherwin said without hesitation, "Perhaps you'll have to suffer a little before you speak." The black-robed man smiled and waved his hand at Yi Sherwin. A stream of purple light overflowed from the black-robed man's hand and appeared on Yi Sherwin's forehead. At that moment, a game notification rang in Yi Sherwin's mind. "Game notification. You've been hit by the curse of Target Jiamu, the art of pain. The mark of Azura has been automatically activated. This curse is nullified." After casting the curse, Jiamu waited for Yi Sherwin to wail in pain. Time ticked by. Jiamu and Yi Sherwin stared at each other, because the effect of the art of pain did not appear. This made Jiamu dumbfounded. Chapter 448. Impossible. At this time, Gani withdrew the Shura demon god shadow behind him and walked towards Yi Sherwin, looking at her in confusion. This aura came from the pig-riding lady below. Realizing that his curse had failed, Gani was extremely surprised and could not help but wave his hand at Yi Sherwin again. Yi Sherwin was speechless. Both Rabbit and Yi Sherwin could not stabilize themselves and were thrown into the air before falling to the ground. A game notification appeared. Yi Sherwin's face was also red. As a poor person, she usually envied other players who had mounts. This time, she really experienced the joy of having a mount. Then you can control them and make them our mounts. This way, it will be much more convenient for us to travel. Rabbit's ears flicked, looking very excited. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. But it's such a waste. Rabbit looked at the 4 silly pigs with a face full of reluctance. "How about we roast them?" Rabbit could not help but suggest. It was not that they did not understand the shape-shifting curse, but Yi Sherwin's casting speed and the efficiency of turning 3 people into pigs at the same time could not even be described as terrifying. It had completely surpassed their understanding of curse spells. Bang! Phew, that was dangerous. Yi Sherwin let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Sherwin was instantly frightened. She looked at the approaching 3 people and hurriedly said, this was also the next goal of Yi Sherwin's exploration. In order to find out what was going on, Gani's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Sherwin and Rabbit. With a wave of his hands, the demon god shadow behind him stretched out its arms and blocked Yi Sherwin and Rabbit, who were rushing towards them. "I did not expect you to be so powerful. Why did you stop them from escaping?" At this time, Yi Sherwin asked curiously. Just now, she used analysis to look at them and found that they were all soldiers of various races in the Rahu region. At this time, Gani, who was galloping in the air, had a serious expression on his face. In fact, if Gani did not cast a spell on her and the game notification did not ring, she would have forgotten that she could use the Shura's curse. At this time, Rabbit and Yi Sherwin were both terrified, riding on the pigs in the opposite direction crazily. From Yi Sherwin's point of view, these 4 pigs were all humanoid creatures. Although they had been cursed into fragrant pigs, she still felt disgusted. One had to know that the Azura Extreme Tao was an extreme power that even he had never grasped. The reason he had lost the ability to speak was because he wanted to cultivate one of the Azura Extreme Tao's demon sealing. However, even after several hundred years, he hadn't been able to comprehend much from it. Not even the demon sealing seal had been born. Riding on the pig mounts, they advanced along the steep slope. When they reached the end of the slope, the 4 pigs leapt up at the same time, carrying Yi Sherwin and the rabbit over the steep slope and into the valley. When Rabbit heard this, he crouched on the ground with one hand supporting his chin and began to ponder. After a while, he raised his head bitterly and looked at Yi Sherwin. This time, Yi Sherwin's tried and tested skill failed. Yi Sherwin and the rabbit couldn't help but be stunned by the oppressive feeling. But this time, just like before, it did not have any effect on Yi Sherwin, who had grasped the extreme Tao incantation. No. Yi Sherwin hurriedly shook his head. Run! The rabbit quickly pulled on the pig's ear, trying to make it change its direction. Oh no, they're running away, said the rabbit anxiously. As he spoke, he pounced on one of the pigs, bit the pig's ear, and began to pull hard. Yi Sherwin often hung out on the forum. The north of the land of the 9 luminaries and the south of the land of Rahu, which was the area she was currently in, were the intersections between the 2 regions. This was the first time Jiao Mu had encountered such a strange situation. Game notification. Using the Azura word spell on the target, Jiao Mu, the spell automatically identified, transformation spell, and the target, Jiao Mu, has been affected by the transformation curse. The Azura Extreme, Tao, has been controlled by an outsider? Yi Sherwin was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, Yi Sherwin suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a vigilant expression. During this period, whenever the curse was about to expire, Yi Sherwin would decisively cast the curse again, so that the 4 pigs would never be able to escape. The careless man and the rabbit continued their journey to explore the southern mountain range. Seeing this, Yi Sherwin hurriedly looked at the 4 people from the Jia Luo sect and shouted. Gani, who was standing at the side, heard her and nodded. The shadow of the Azura demon god suddenly appeared behind him, and his body turned into a blue light, chasing after Yi Sherwin and the rabbit. The ultimate Tao of cultivation curse, Azura word. Therefore, in his opinion, it was unbelievable that this girl, who was obviously an outsider, had mastered the Azura extreme Tao. However, their speed was obviously incomparable to Gani's. In a moment, Gani's figure appeared above their heads. In front of the army, the elder of the Jia Luo clan, who was sitting on the back of a ferocious-looking bronze-colored beast, looked at the fleeing rabbit and Yi Sherwin and said in an indifferent tone, "Gani, go and catch them!" Beautiful. Rabbit gave Yi Sherwin a look of approval. Upon hearing this, Yi Sherwin hurriedly nodded. Then he controlled the pig to turn around and run in the same direction. The war of the big regions was about to begin. With a mount, the speed of their advance was much faster. After one night of exploration, their progress was more than 5 times faster. This made Yi Sherwin extremely happy. At this moment, she was really helpless. Yi Sherwin was afraid that she would have to return to Beiki if she died, and it would waste a lot of time to rush back. "Oh, yeah. Can you control them?" At this moment, Rabbit suddenly pricked up her ears and looked at Yi Sherwin excitedly. "Die!" Seeing the 4 pigs fall to the ground, Rabbit immediately pulled one of the pig's ears and began to punch and kick it. "Let me try." At this moment, they had already explored the central area of the southern mountain range, and there was a huge canyon in front of them. When Gani's hand left, a purple fong mark slowly appeared on Yi Sherwin's forehead. At this moment, another 3 figures appeared next to Yi Sherwin and Rabbit. Without hesitation, they attacked Yi Sherwin at the same time. Upon hearing this, Yi Sherwin smiled a little awkwardly. "Don't scare me. I've only lived for 304 years. I'm still young. I don't want to die." Looking at the game notification, Yi Sherwin turned to look at Rabbit with a terrified expression. As the mark of the Azura word appeared, the 4 pigs immediately stopped in their tracks. Due to inertia, they rolled forward a bit more. "Quick, turn her into a pig!" Rabbit quickly shouted at Yi Sherwin. "What the F***? She turned into a pig!" Seeing this, Rabbit's eyes widened. If the first time was due to a spellcasting error, how could the second time be explained? Yi Sherwin thought for a while and then nodded. What about them? Yi Sherwin pointed at the 4 pigs lying on the ground in a daze and asked. She turned her head to look at the 4 fragrant pigs on ground, then at the rabbit. She couldn't help but nod eagerly. With the mark of the Azura word, she indeed had the ability to control thoughts. Stupid, if they escape, they will definitely come back for revenge. This is called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, Rabbit said with a serious face. At this moment, the countless bronze statues and soldiers in front of the army focused their attention on Rabbit and Yi Sherwin, who had suddenly appeared. Then, Rabbit turned to look at Yi Sherwin and said with a surprised expression, "You will turn into a pig." Rabbit was afraid that if she died, there would really be nothing left. It was too cruel. Hearing this, Yi Sherwin immediately turned to look at Gani and said, "Rabbit, the curse has failed." At this moment, not only was Rabbit stunned, but the 4 people from the Jia Luo sect who had turned into pigs were also dumbfounded. "Give it a try, give it a try." The rabbit jumped on the belly of a fragrant pig, looking very excited. Seeing the game notification, Yi Sherwin immediately looked at Rabbit and said, "It's a success." Pig, pig, pig. However, as soon as they jumped over the steep slope in front of the valley and landed on the ground, they were dumbfounded. 3 marks of the Azura word appeared on top of their heads at the same time. Under the power of the curse, the 3 of them could not resist it. Their bodies instantly twisted and turned into 3 pigs in the blink of an eye. If we eat them raw, they might be a little hard to swallow. Why don't we roast them? You have all become idiots. At this moment, there was only indescribable shock in Gani's eyes. Then, under Yi Sherwin's command, the 4 pigs stood up, and Yi Sherwin and Rabbit each sat on one of them. Just now, he felt the aura of the Azura Extreme Tao. Yi Sherwin. At this moment, Jemu could not help but be stunned. The purple mark of the Azura word appeared. At this moment, Jemu's body began to twist uncontrollably. His black robe fell off, and his body quickly shrank, turning into the pink pig in Yi Sherwin's mind. "You've become a pig." Rabbit was also shocked when he heard that. "You think you can defeat Uncle Rabbit?" Because an incomparably large army had appeared in front of them. These soldiers were very burly, each of them naked from the waist up. Their bodies were engraved with all kinds of Azura secret technique runes. Their bronze-colored skin reflected a faint metallic luster under the sunlight, filled with a wild aura. "I said not to eat, not how to eat." Yi Sherwin immediately explained. The mark appeared again. After thinking for a while, he squatted down and placed his palm on Yi Sherwin's forehead under her horrified gaze. "Rabbit, what do we do?" Yi Sherwin's face was pale. After venting for a while, Rabbit spat at the pig under him. Rabbit and Yi Sherwin, who could not stop in time pig, crashed into the arms of the demon god Shadow. Skill hint: because the target strength is at the beginner level of the Ghost Commander, the effect can last for up to 1 hour. No matter how stupid she was, she knew what the Rahu army had appeared here. Yahoo! Greater than or equal to. Rabbit grabbed the pig's ear and shouted excitedly along with its rising and falling body. Red military flags fluttered in the wind, stretching from the valley to the back for a few miles. There were endless soldiers. Seeing this mark, Gani's body trembled. Game hint: using the Azura word spell on the targets Jammu, Jashu, Jashin, and Jehwe, the spell automatically identified taming spell. The target's thoughts will be controlled. The effect will last for 1 hour. This was unbelievable to him, because the ability of the curse was directly effective on the target. There was no possibility of it missing. Game hint: because the target's strength is too strong, the limit of the curse is beginner level of the Ghost Commander. The curse is ineffective. All of you have become obedient. Yi Sherwin looked at the 4 pigs and said, at this moment, they wanted to transform into the pigs under them and run with all their might. After a short rest, Yi Sherwin and Rabbit set off again. Chapter 449. At this moment, not only Jia and I, but the Jia Luo clan elder was also extremely shocked. Don't kill the rabbit. Lead the way, the tribe king continued. It's here, he's under that rock. Yi Sherwin raised his hand and pointed at a boulder not far away. Hearing this, the shadow of the Azura demon god behind Gani dissipated. He then looked at the clan elder and made a series of hand gestures. It was too fast. Little girl, tell me, why did the divinity give you the power of the extreme path? What did you pay for it? Hearing this, Gani's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction, but he quickly concealed it. Is it a divine grade spiritual material? Jia Lu clan elder turned to look at Rabbit and asked. We don't provide food on the way. Elder Jia Luo and Jia and I were not surprised by this kind of method, but Yi Sherwin and Rabbit were shocked. You said you saw the Divine Lord and received a gift from him? Who? Elder Jia Luo asked again in disbelief. At this moment, he seriously thought that he had heard wrong. Since this is an opportunity bestowed upon you by the divinity, you are an honored guest of our Shura tribe. We will not harm you. If you are willing, you can come to the Luoho Central Divine Palace. I will order people to take good care of you. If you are unwilling, you can leave on your own. However, this seemingly frail woman in front of him had actually grasped the power of the Azura extreme Tao that he yearned for even in his dreams. After all, this was related to soul coins, and there was no room for negotiation. However, he did not expect the Divine Lord to be imprisoned by the great Emperor. What's more, he was imprisoned in the southern mountains. But tribe leader, the supreme divinity, the Jia Luo tribe elder hurriedly opened his mouth, but halfway through his sentence, he realized the problem. The king was actually injured. Yi Sherwin nodded weakly. At this moment, the way the Jia Luo elder looked at Yi Sherwin changed. He was no longer as aggressive as before. When the tribe king heard this, he stared deeply at Yi Sherwin, after which he formed a hand seal in front of his chest, and an invisible force immediately supported everyone on the back of the gigantic beast, causing them to float into the air. Tell me where you come from. Patriarch, are you all right? Elder Jia Luo hurriedly asked. Hearing this, the tribe leader nodded slightly and led everyone to appear in front of the boulder in a flash. What is this? It wasn't there when I was here. Yi Sherwin said with a dumbfounded expression. I'm begging you. Rabbit is only 302 years old. He's still young. This was Gani's first impression. The power of the great emperor of the Eastern Mountain, the tribe leader said solemnly as he gazed at the boulder. Phew, that scared me to death. They're too strong. They're even stronger than the rhinoceros horn from the neighboring mountain. It's too scary. I almost lost my life. The rabbit patted its chest, looking frightened. Is it fun there? At this moment, 2 figures galloped over from the rear of the Luoho army and appeared on the back of the bronze-colored beast. Lead the way. The tribe leader looked at Yi Sherwin again and said, not only was the journey a waste of time, but it was also a huge waste of a box of dry bread. What a headache! A very precious spirit material. Meanwhile, Rabbit couldn't help but answer. He wanted to eat bread, so he asked me to use dry bread to exchange for his Azura word. Yi Sherwin replied in a low voice. When Yi Sherwin heard this, a dazed expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he did not expect that he would be let off so easily. Dong! Just at this moment, a pale gold, almost transparent golden bell appeared, and the Azura demon god's phantom image instantly dissipated. The tribe king's face flushed red, and he retreated several steps as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, the tribe leader was also unwilling to give up, but he decisively gave up on the idea of meeting the Divine Lord. Where is Bakey?" Upon hearing this, Rabbit's face revealed a curious expression. A moment later, Gani's figure appeared in the sky above the advancing Luo-Ho army. He then descended and landed beside the tribe elder. "Who is it?" the Jia Luo tribe elder asked quickly. Although he had the strength of a ghost emperor, he was still a mere mortal in front of the great emperor. They were not on the same level at all. Beside him, Gani was completely dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. On the other hand, Rabbit was very excited and kept nodding at the side. In just a few moments, the few of them arrived at the rocky area that Yi Sherwen would need to spend a long time to reach. If the Divine Lord gave the power to the girl in front of him, then the Jia Luo tribe elder could completely understand how an outsider like her could master the power of the killing curse. "Where's the Divine Lord?" The tribe leader could not help but frown as he looked at the empty boulder. The power of the killing curse was actually mastered by an outsider. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely think that it was a joke. Looking at Yi Sherwen, Gani's emotions were extremely complicated. The shadow of the Azura demon god appeared behind him, its blue arms grabbing Rabbit and Yi Sherwen. Then they and Gani rose into the sky and headed toward the valley where the army was. "Tribe leader!" Seeing the newcomer, the Jia Luo tribe elder quickly stood up and greeted respectfully. "Then I want to go too. I'm sick of this mountain range." At this moment, the Jia Luo tribe elder spoke again. "Tell me where you came from, and how did you master the power of the killing curse of my tribe?" Gani's body trembled as he nodded. His figure immediately flew toward the back of the advancing Luo-Ho army. "Tribe leader, why would the power of the great emperor of Dongyu appear here?" The Jia Luo tribe elder's voice was trembling. Jealousy was the main reason for this. Thinking of this, Gani turned her attention to Rabbit. As an explorer, freedom was the most important thing to her. Of course, money was equally important. Because she was not hungry yet, she definitely could not spend the 5 soul coins. He was pressed under this rock just now, and only his head was exposed. Yi Sherwen was very surprised. "It's very fun and we have everything. Recently, the Mansion of the Dead has been rebuilt, and many life players have returned. The prosperity of the past is coming back." Yi Sherwen replied with a look of longing. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Hearing this, Gani turned to look at her. However, Yi Sherwen still shook her head. In order to master the power of the killing curse, he had trained hard and endured unspeakable pain for hundreds of years, but he still could not find a trace of the Azura killing curse. "What's your choice?" the tribe leader spoke again. Now that the tribe leader had spoken, he naturally did not dare to say anything else. "Is there anything else? Can I see it?" The Jia Luo tribe elder could not help but ask. He had countless guesses about the whereabouts of the godly Azura who guarded the land of Luo-Ho. "I met someone in the mountains, and he gave it to me." W8. What dry bread? The Jia Luo tribe elder was confused. Seeing this, the tribe leader made a hand seal again, and everyone's vision suddenly became blurry. When they recovered, they were standing on a vast mountain range. Under the giant rock? Looking at Rabbit, Yi Sherwen sighed and chose to compromise and began to point the way. "Point the way. Take me to the godly lord." The tribe leader's figure also floated into the air, and then he looked at Yi Sherwen and said. Hearing this, the tribe leader took a deep look at Yi Sherwen, frowned slightly and sighed. "Can I go?" Rabbit could not help but ask. "It's fine, I can just eat the leaves." However, he knew that he could not do that, because this woman was of great value to him. Seeing Yi Sherwen shake her head again, the Jia Luo tribe elder felt regretful, but he did not force her. Yi Sherwen had no choice but to open the game map, confirm the direction, and point again. The black-robed tribe leader nodded indifferently, and then looked at Yi Sherwen. The tribe leader nodded, and with a wave of his hand, disappeared with the Jia Luo tribe elder and Gani. Thinking of this, the tribe leader said decisively, "Let's go." However, he did not expect Yi Sherwin to be related to the godly lord who had disappeared for many years. At this moment, Yi Sherwin was extremely afraid. If he was killed, it would be a great loss. Hearing this, Yi Sherwin nodded in agreement. "Me too. I almost went back to Bakey." In fact, he also had his own selfish reasons for bringing Yi Sherwin back. Seal the godly lord. When he said this, even the tribe leader's heart was in turmoil. "Gani, quickly inform the tribe leader," the Jia Luo tribe elder said immediately. Yi Sherwin looked at the pitiful rabbit beside him, sighed and said he was not strong enough to go against the great emperor. "Is it really the godly lord?" The Jia Luo tribe elder's voice was trembling, and he seemed very excited. "I'm fine. It did not hurt me, or else I would have been long dead." Looking at the golden bell that disappeared, the tribe leader's face was flushed red, and he spoke in a trembling voice. Due to the difficulty of communicating, he did not ask Yi Sherwin about this, and decisively brought Yi Sherwin back. Yi Sherwin thought for a while and nodded. "Yes. Freedom." Yi Sherwin answered without hesitation. "Azura. Worthless." He could not imagine what kind of rare treasure could make the godly lord drool over it, and he could not resist the itch in his heart. "I don't know. I've never eaten it before, but it must be very delicious," Rabbit replied with a serious face. Hearing this, the tribe leader waved his hand, and the shadow of the Azura demon god suddenly appeared behind him. He swung it forward, trying to slap the giant rock away. Rabbit's body could not help but tremble, and he immediately lowered his head to pick up a bunch of weeds. As he chewed, he looked at Gani in confusion and said, "Don't worry, you are the fated one of the godly lord. So you are the Azura tribe's distinguished guest. I will never take away what you love," the Jia Luo tribe elder promised with a solemn expression, because his final thought was to beg the tribe leader to help him remove the Shura imprint from Yi Sherwin's soul, and then integrate it into his own soul. "Where did they come from?" the tribe leader asked with an indifferent expression. After all, it was a fact that Yi Sherwin had mastered the power of the killing curse. At this moment, he had already believed most of it. Azura Extreme Path? The Jia Luo tribe elder, who was originally indifferent, suddenly had an extremely solemn expression. He then turned his gaze to Yi Sherwin. Hearing this, Rabbit and Yi Sherwin were dumbfounded, but the Jia Luo tribe elder and Gani's faces turned pale. "My home. Cough, cough, cough." At this moment, the Jia Luo tribe elder's eyes widened, and he could not help but cough. "What is dry bread?" the Jia Luo tribe elder could not help but ask. Then he reached out and grabbed Rabbit in his hand. Just as he was about to kill her, Yi Sherwin hurriedly said, "Gani, Azura, he admitted it himself." In order to save Rabbit's life, Yi Sherwin could only tell him everything, but he concealed the fact that he had used the analysis ability. "Goo goo goo. Tribe leader, what about them?" As he spoke, the tribe leader pointed at Yi Sherwin and then at Rabbit. At this moment, the Jia Luo tribe elder and Gani were terrified. Therefore, the most important thing now was to get the reason from this woman. After thinking about it, Gani still did not kill her. It was not that he could not bear to, but he felt that it did not matter whether he killed her or not. Perhaps he could use Rabbit to control this woman. This kind of difference made Gani want to kill him on the spot. Hearing this, Yi Sherwin hurriedly shook his head and refused. Chapter 450. Bakey, Sinkhole of the Mansion of the Dead. With the departure of the Jiuyao army, the whole of Bakey returned to its former peace. At the same time, Lu Wu announced the mission to rebuild the Mansion of the Dead. Although he could rebuild the entire Mansion of the Dead with soul coins, Lu Wu did not choose to do so. The Mansion of the Dead was the home of the players and held great significance to them. In order to let the players cherish the Mansion of the Dead, Lu Wu issued a quest for the players to rebuild the Mansion of the Dead themselves. Of course, most of the players did not know anything about architecture, so the reconstruction of the Mansion of the Dead still required Lu Wu to spend soul coins and construction materials. However, he changed the process to involve the players themselves. On this day, Lu Wu released a mission to rebuild the Mansion of the Dead. Server announcement: the task of rebuilding Hell has officially begun. Construction activity: reconstruction of the underworld. Mission details: after the retreat of the Jiuyao army, Beiki has once again returned to the control of the Beiki army. During this period, players can look for building materials in Beiki to contribute to the reconstruction of the Mansion of the Dead. Mission tip: construction materials will be randomly spawned throughout the entire Beiki region. Different materials will provide different construction points. Quest hint 2. After finding the building materials, you can submit them to the Sky Pit of the Underworld. There are a total of 182,142 buildings. Different buildings require different construction points to repair. Special buildings require more construction points. As Lu Wu issued the construction activity quests, the soul coins stored in the artifact space began to decrease drastically. They turned into construction materials that could only be seen by the players and scattered all over the land of Beiki. According to Lu Wu's settings, these building materials would be refreshed every 30 minutes until the Mansion of the Dead was completely rebuilt. At the same time, the shadow of a huge city appeared in the underworld sinkhole. It was the Mansion of the Dead that the players had been waiting for months to rebuild. The only difference was that the current underworld wasn't complete. Instead, it was just a phantom city. At this moment, every building in the Shadow Underworld city was marked with a 0% repair progress, and below it was the total number of construction points needed to repair the building. Naturally, the players had to participate in the repair process. Moreover, the players could also choose which building to repair first. For example, if a player liked Tong Gua's forging room, he could submit the building materials he obtained to the building shadow of Tong Gua's forging room to increase the progress of the forging room's restoration. Lu Wu did this so that the players could participate in it personally and increase their sense of belonging. At this moment, all the players who received the quest, Rebuild Hell, were incredibly excited because they had been waiting for this day for too long. The live chat channel was bustling with activity. Happy! The Mansion of the Dead can finally be rebuilt. I'm now rushing back to the Void Ocean. Everyone wait for me. As one of the earliest batch of players, the Mansion of the Dead has brought me too many memories in the past year or so. Starting from Brother Lu Mo and the others, I've watched it prosper step by step, and the number of players has also increased. On the day it was destroyed, I really wanted to kill the 9 Luminaries' brothers. That's all for now. Everyone, let's work hard together on the way home. I miss Boss Boulder. Without his guidance, my alchemy skills wouldn't have improved at all. I've lost face for him. Those who are preparing to restore the Boulder Alchemy Association, raise your hands and work hard. I'm going home now, since I'm mining in the 9 Luminaries. Is carrying bricks more important than the recovery of my great netherworld? Obviously not. F*CK, the F** King officials have finally started this mission. I've been waiting for a long time. If you guys don't believe me, I'm going to cry right now. Are there any teammates who repair Tong Gua's forging workshop first? What if you trigger a hidden opportunity and get a weapon forged by Tong Gua? Tong Gua-ki. JPG, we must repair Beiki's palace first. Brother Lumo's residence must be rebuilt first. While you guys were chatting, a building material spawned next to me. I picked it up on the spot and threw it into the channel. Maybe I'm lucky, laughing emoji. To the previous poster, as long as you use the building material to repair Tong Gua's forging workshop first. We'll be brothers with different fathers and mothers. After the mission was started, the players enthusiastically participated in it. Many players came from the Void Ocean, the land of the 9 Luminaries, the Kuelong Ocean, and even further places to Beiki. Although the mission to rebuild the Mansion of the Dead did not bring any benefits, the significance of the existence of the Mansion of the Dead was far more important to the players. With the return of a large number of players, Beiki which had been deserted for a long time, regained its liveliness once again. At this moment, on the east side of Bakey Lily, the wooden tortoise clan was timidly looking at the waves of players who were running wildly outside. "Grandpa, what are they doing?" The little tortoise looked at his grandfather curiously. "Don't worry about them. They're just going crazy on a daily basis. You'll get used to it," the old tortoise said with a hint of nostalgia on his face. North of Bakey, the wood demons who had been hiding in the North Rocks for a few months were alarmed by the noise outside. They poked their heads out and saw that there were players everywhere outside. Although the players were only looking for the newly spawned building materials and did not do anything to them, the wood demons still cursed in their hearts. "Why are these tree-chopping bastards back again? I can't live on like this anymore." South of Bakey, west of Bakey, the players once again filled the land of Bakey. Many of the clans of Bakey once again saw the joyous scene that they hadn't seen for a long time. The familiar psychopaths were back. Once again, they began to run aimlessly in the land of Bakey with smiles on their faces. Laughter, teasing, everything was the same as before. They hadn't seen this scene for a long time after the arrival of the 9 Luminaries' army. Some were nostalgic, some were gnashing their teeth, but they were very clear about one thing. The rulers of the land of Bakey had returned. Although they were crazy, they were undoubtedly the overlords of Bakey. From the moment they arrived at the 9 Luminaries' army, they had moved forward step by step. They had suffered setbacks, but they had never fallen. They were extremely arrogant, unreasonable, and unscrupulous. Their madness had made many of the clans of Bakey feel that this clan would be destroyed in the next crisis. However, they had overcome the crisis of the moment, the crisis of the Rock Nation, and the crisis of the Sea King. With such arrogant steps, this weak clan withstood all the pressure from the outside world and became the well-deserved king of the land of Bakey. This proved their strength, and it also proved that they had the ability to do whatever they wanted. This time, with their arrival, the land of Bakey once again belonged to them. The familiar scene and the familiar figures. This day in Bakey was like the past. Everything seemed to have returned to the day when the players who called themselves the Bakey Army first arrived. The players were still the same players. They had never changed. They would quarrel over the ownership of the building materials, and even fight over the distribution of the building materials. However, they were real and always full of energy. With their presence, the rain of blood fell, adding a trace of warmth to the gloomy and cold Bakey. Unknowingly, the clans of Bakey had long gotten used to the existence of the players. They inexplicably missed the days without them. This included the clans that were often bullied by the players. Since their king joined the Bakey camp, many of the clans even became very good friends with the Bakey players. With the return of their friends, many clans that were hiding in the mountains and underground also came out one after another. Looking at the players who were running around aimlessly, they were inexplicably excited. "Captain, you actually want to repair the grocery store next door first. Tell me, did you hook up with the grocery store owner's daughter? I've decided to use this material to repair the wine shop of the Wood Spirit clan. No one can stop me. If you disagree, take my hammer and hand over the building materials. I saw this building material first get lost. Can you be human? I saw it first. A group of people came to snatch a piece of building material like dogs. Look at the mission panel. The repair progress of Tonggua's forging workshop is already at 38%. People of the great king of Bakey's residence, work harder. Don't let them catch up. If they don't give up the materials, beat them up. The members of the Guardian Angel Guild are all idiots. Don't ask why, just beat them up. Angry. Ha ha ha, I miss it. I'm so happy to see you guys so crazy. Come on, cut the crap, it's the players' rules. Fight if you're not satisfied. Supporters of the Great Rock Association, unite and beat them up. I've just logged off and adjusted the automatic replenishment of the nutrient solution. I won't go offline until the Mansion of the Dead is repaired. All of you get busy. When you guys were BBB, I had already found 5 building materials. Lonely as snow, monolith lighting smoke. JPD. At this moment, many players started a frenzied fight against each other in order to restore their favorite buildings first. As a player said, if you and I restore the building I like together, then we are brothers with different fathers and mothers. Otherwise, we are enemies. Factions named after various buildings appeared in the chat channel. For example, the Great Rock Apothecary Association was the strongest in the universe. Tonggua's forging workshop was the best in the world. The Wood Spirit Wine God Alliance, the King of Bakey's residence suppressed the heavens and realms. The grocery store next door destroyed the world. The flower shop in the Mansion of the Dead sent you off, and so on. The emergence of competition increased the players' enthusiasm for repairing the Mansion of the Dead. In order to make their favorite building the first to be restored, the players actively participated and worked hard. With the players' hard work, the restoration of the Mansion of the Dead accelerated, and the players felt a great sense of satisfaction in their hearts. This was because they were participants, and it was their hard work that brought the Mansion of the Dead back again. This scene also made Lu Wu, who was behind the scenes, extremely gratified. This was because the player's sense of belonging to the Mansion of the Dead was more passionate than he had expected. Chapter 451. At the same time, the reconstruction of the Mansion of the Dead was in full swing. At the border between the land of the 9 luminaries and the land of Rahu, a huge army was slowly advancing into the land of the 9 luminaries. Since the players had warned them before, the 9 luminaries brothers had also sent their troops to keep watch and prepare for war. When the mighty Rahu army crossed the border, the soldiers on watch immediately returned to the Dark Heaven Pavilion in the center of the land of the 9 luminaries and informed the 9 luminaries brothers of the situation. At this moment, the 9 luminaries brothers knew that the crisis they least wanted to face had arrived. Their eldest brother, Xingyao, had yet to break through the realm. Their chances of winning against the Rahu army were close to 0. However, they had no way out. If they were to surrender the land of the 9 luminaries tens of thousands of years of foundation, it would be impossible for them to take it back in the future. At this point, they could only hope to negotiate with the forces of the Rahu land and give up some of their benefits to stabilize the land of Rahu's intention to attack. As long as their eldest brother, Xingyao, successfully broke through and went to Beiki to destroy the player clan, one of the brothers would advance to the Ghost Emperor realm. They believed that everything they had lost would be returned. After some discussion, the 9 luminaries brothers immediately sent messengers to the Rahu army, hoping to come up with a solution. However, what the 9 luminaries brothers did not expect was that not only did the Rahu land not agree, they even killed a few of the messengers they sent. The saying that no messengers should be killed when 2 armies are fighting against each other did not apply in the underworld at all. The forces of the Rahu land had used their actions to tell the 9 luminaries brothers that it was impossible to negotiate. This was because this war was not only a war of benefits, but also a battle to select the king of Rahu. The forces of Rahu had gathered for this war, and the war would not stop until the 9 luminaries were destroyed. On this day, the horn to prepare for war resounded throughout the 9 luminaries' Dark Heaven territory. The entire territory's military power was deployed to the central area, and all the camps in the outside world were abandoned. This was because the 9 luminaries brothers had no confidence in this war. Although the brothers had thought that they might perish with the passage of time, they did not expect the cruel law of the jungle to befall them so soon. If they lost this war, there would be no more 9 luminaries. At this time in Beiki, as the war horn sounded in the land of the 9 luminaries, the players who had received the news were ready to watch the war. Regarding this battle, the players expressed their opinions one after another. Watermelon_Taro. Everyone, guess who will win this battle? Of course. I bet that Rahu region will win. Laughing emoji. Shueli_the_strongest. There's no comparison at all. The land of the 9 luminaries is now in a half-crippled state. The glorious moon was killed by us. The glorious sun was bombed to death by the Bomberman. The glorious gold was besieged to death by us, the Baki army, and the European server. Now, the glorious Earth is dead as well. On top of that, the 9 luminaries have lost a lot of troops in the war with us. Evil dog pouncing on food, that's right. Otherwise, the 9 luminaries brothers wouldn't have thought of dragging us players down with them. Wandering sorcerer. Sigh. The 9 luminaries were so strong back then, but it still came to an end in the end. King of War. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Unfortunately, it wasn't us players who destroyed the 9 luminaries. Sighing emoji. Roasting _jade _hair _ hugging. Actually, I think it's best if the 9 luminaries can hold on and force the land of Rahu region to retreat while suffering heavy losses. In that case, we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits. Perfect. Laughing emoji. Crayon _Shinchan. Why are you thinking so much? Does anyone want to watch the battle live? It's meaningless to speculate. It's a rare battle between 2 territories, so watching it live is probably more exciting than watching a war movie. Anyway, we're not the ones dying. Laughing emoji. A _large _ wolfdog replied to Crayon _Shinchan. Let's form a team and go together. Laughing emoji. Crayon _Shinchan replied to A _large _ wolfdog. Then you should find me first. I don't think you'll ever find me with your IQ. Laughing emoji. In Xiaoqi _ A _mature _ lady. Actually, everyone can take advantage of the situation while watching the battle. If you see someone with low HP, you can rush up and kill them easily. Laughing emoji. Friendly reminder, this is risky. It's suitable for players who value money more than their lives. Laughing emoji. Little genius _yi _shuin. Picking up money. I want to go too. Crayon _Shinchan. Come. Let's go, Baki's sightseeing group. It's so lively next door. What kind of good neighbor are you if you don't go and cheer for them? In the official forum, the players were discussing the upcoming war between the neighboring land of the 9 luminaries and the land of Rahu. In the end, the players expressed their desire to watch the battle live. However, since they were going to watch the battle, the players did not plan to go as a group. After all, they were not going to fight. Instead, they were going as guilds or teams. At this moment, the construction of the Mansion of the Dead had entered the final stage. It was not far from completion. The players were not in a hurry, so they all set off toward the land of the 9 luminaries at the same time. At this moment, all the snacks in the game shop were sold out. To the players, as a spectator, snacks were an essential item for spectating the battle. A spectator without snacks was not a proper spectator. Just like the battle between the demonic god and the Rahu Sea, the most important thing to the players was happiness. The outcome of the battle was not the main point. In any case, whoever wins the war in the end will be annihilated by us players. Their mentality was as stable as Mount Tai. Hence, as the construction of the Mansion of the Dead came to an end, a large number of players went on strike. The veins on Lu Wu's forehead twitched uncontrollably. Yesterday, he was very pleased with the players' performance. He did not expect them to be tempted by external forces and collectively go on strike. However, even Lu Wu was curious about the war between the 2 regions. He followed the players' perspective and began to move toward the land of the 9 luminaries. At the same time, he stole a few packets of Bei Li's snacks as consumables. At this moment, outside the Dark Heaven Pavilion of the land of the 9 luminaries, the 9 luminaries' army was lined up neatly, ready to face the enemy. Meanwhile, Qin Yao, Mu Yao, Shui Yao, and Hoi Yao climbed to the top of the Dark Heaven Pavilion and looked down at the armored army of the 9 luminaries below with a solemn expression. This army had once made great contributions to them, and had also helped them sweep away all the hostile forces from back then. This was the foundation of the 9 luminaries. However, today, at the critical moment of life and death, they did not know how many of their followers would survive because they were not confident. They did not even have the strength to predict the outcome of their own lives. In fact, they could choose to abandon their army and their interests to escape this battle. Even if there were only 5 of them left, Each of them had the strength of a ghost king. No matter where they went, they would not die no matter how pathetic they were. However, they did not do so. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but they did not want to live. They had already reached the peak and had long thought of the day when the 9 luminaries' force would be destroyed. This was because, in this world, no force could stand at the peak forever. There had never been one. The 9 luminaries' brothers would not be an exception. Do you have any thoughts? Looking at the neatly lined-up army, Qin Yao turned to his brothers and asked, "Just as we 9 brothers have said, since we've built this foundation, we will share life and death, honor and disgrace together. We will never give it away." Hui Yao said with a smile, "At least this big region has been marked with our past glory. That's enough." Mu Yao could not help but laugh. "Let's have a good fight. There's no such thing as eternal victory and invincibility. We will still lose and die in the end. It's just that it's earlier. No regrets." Shui Yao said with red eyes, "Ha ha ha, this is my brother. I really miss the days when we fought together to conquer this territory. It's been too long. It's time for us to risk our lives for the future." While Chen Yao laughed, he waved his hand downwards and said, "Let's go. My fellow soldiers, if you die in this battle, you're all terrifying." Roar! All the soldiers of the 9 luminaries' army raised their weapons in unison and roared in response to Qin Yao's question. At this moment, be it the 9 luminaries' brothers or the soldiers, all of them were mentally prepared. As they waited, an enormous army appeared on the horizon. The sound of heavy footsteps, the raised crimson Rahu military flag, the half-naked warriors, and the roars of countless bronze-colored giant beasts struck the nerves of the 9 luminary soldiers. Chen's eyes shone with a strong desire to fight as he looked at the approaching Rahu army. Since there was no way to avoid it, they could only fight. Then he looked down and roared, "Prepare for battle!" Woo woo! The horn sounded. Roar! The soldiers responded in unison. Then the armored army quickly formed into a formation to face the enemy. Countless armored soldiers came to the front and lined up neatly with their shiny black shields, forming a steel defense line. Behind them, countless cavalrymen leaped onto their mounts. Huge black crows flapped their wings and carried the cavalrymen into the sky, waiting for the horn to sound. In the distance, as they got closer and closer to the mystic heaven region, the Rahu army began to adjust their formation. Countless bronze beasts sped up and gathered at the front of the army, forming a torrent of steel. The morale of the Rahu soldiers was high for this battle, because after this battle, their king would be born. Countless Rahu forces were also prepared to kill the enemy and fight with all their might for the throne. "Tribe King, we've entered the mystic heaven region. The enemy's troops have gathered." At the center of the Rahu army, the elders of various forces surrounded the Tribe King and reported the situation. "Slow down and prepare for battle," the Tribe King said in an indifferent tone. The elder of the black demon race nodded and galloped toward the front of the army. At this moment, the Tribe King spoke again. "All of you, return to your respective forces. Don't stay with us. This battle is still up to you." The clan elders standing around nodded immediately. Their figures turned into flowing lights and sped toward the areas where their respective forces were located. After everyone left, the Tribe King suddenly turned to look at Luo Xiao, who was standing beside him. "Are you ready?" "I've been ready for a long time. Brother Juyao will be the sacrifice for me to become a god." A ferocious smile appeared on Luo Xiao's face. As he spoke, the marks of the path of self-sacrifice and the path of physique flashed across Luo Xiao's forehead. "I'll do my best to help you in this battle. Take care. Good brother, if I achieve the human sovereign Tao in the future, I'll repay you 10,000 times." Luo Xiao looked at the Tribe King solemnly and said, "As long as you don't die, I'll just be the Rahu King. I'm not as ambitious as you are." The Tribe King shook his head with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha! If you weren't ambitious, you wouldn't have competed with me for the position of Rahu King. Luo Xiao could not help but laugh. As the two of them conversed, the two armies looked at each other from afar, and the distance between them continued to shorten. The War of the Major Regions was about to break out. At this moment, the spectators were also rushing over with snacks. Chapter 452. The players who only came to watch the show were deeply shocked at this moment. There were lives and there were deaths. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, regardless of whether the players were there or not. Even without their existence, the trajectory of this world was still moving as usual. As the Rahu army approached, the battle between the big regions was about to begin. Under their joint attack, the two competitors at the Ghost King realm did not even have a chance to resist and were quickly killed. Since they were ready to sacrifice their lives, the next battle was to fight to their heart's content. This was the real war in the underworld. The moment it began, it was foretold that one side would be destroyed. It also meant that countless lives would wither after this battle. Shield kill! The 9 luminaries, Shield Warrior Commander, stomped his feet and roared in anger. Blood rained down from the sky as the Rahu King candidate's body was instantly torn into pieces. It had nothing to do with the plot or the main storyline, but it was closely related to their actions. The crimson waves of fire approached at this moment and collided with the 9 luminary shield formation that stretched for several miles. At the moment when the formation was in chaos, the 9 luminaries' cavalrymen who were already prepared began to charge. It was their existence that changed the fate of the land of the 9 luminaries. Under the state of physique cultivation, these demonized soldiers no longer felt pain. Every punch was thrown with all their might, and the violent force instantly tore a hole in the 9 luminaries' shield formation. The bodies of all the Rahu warriors began to expand. Air currents that resembled flames surrounded their bodies, and every soldier's eyes became extremely red. At this moment, it was a battle between soldiers and generals. Their strongest attack was a joint attack, and the power they could display was far beyond their own realm. Seeing this, Gani's heart tightened. He quickly activated the demon god's shadow and prepared to face the enemy. Boom! When the Rahu army waved the military flag and gave the order to attack, the crimson waves of fire spread from the back of the Rahu army. It was like an epic war scroll drawn with iron and blood. In the sky and on the ground, the scene of the two armies slaughtering each other could be seen. In this battle, they were fighting for victory, for their clansmen, and for the throne, so they didn't dare hold back in the slightest. They immediately revealed their strongest attainments in the Azura Tao, and they transformed into numerous Azura fiend gods that charged towards the place where the battle was the most intense. Everything they had done had pushed the land of the 9 luminaries into the great territory war instead of the inevitable direction of the game. Battle Online was not like that. Therefore, when they saw the war between the 9 luminaries' army and the Rahu army, which they had been fighting for nearly half a year, every player had the same feeling. Instead of saying that they were the protagonists of the game, it would be more accurate to say that they were participants in this world. Boom! At this moment, the hostility in the hearts of the 4 brothers had been awakened. Hence, at this moment, when the players witnessed everything before them, they couldn't help but be shocked. When the bronze giant beast attacked, all the giant shield warriors roared in unison. They leaned forward and held their shields firmly. At this moment, after the players passed through the barren grassland's teleportation point, they were gradually approaching the battlefield, the Dark Sky Pavilion. This batch of shield warriors was the most elite military unit in the 9 luminaries' army. Every warrior had the strongest physique in the entire army. Competitors of the Rahu King of each race, make your move. No one would remember them, and no one would cherish their contributions. This was because they had pushed the structure of the big territory to change, which led to the outbreak of this war. Ha ha ha, 4th brother, I know what you mean. Let's see how many future Rahu Kings we can kill today. Hua! Yao immediately grinned and laughed. This was the combat strength that the 9 Luminaries brothers had forged through 10,000 years of conquest. At this moment, their muscles tightened as they connected all the strength in their bodies with the giant shields in their hands, ready to withstand the impact. Everyone, gather together. Beware of being left alone. The demon god behind Gani turned around and roared at the rest of the competitors. Hordes of soldiers died worthlessly in this battle. Roar! The sound waves spread across the entire army in an instant. Countless shield warriors roared at the same time, raised their shields that were placed on the ground, and began to charge forward. One after another, demon gods of Azura appeared in the air. Let's begin. Roar! Fight! All the soldiers of the 9 Luminaries roared. All of their flying mounts rose into the air and began to circle above the formation. Whether they were sincere or not, these were the words that came out of their mouths. They stood on a high slope and stared at the battlefield from afar, unable to look away for a long time. This was reflected in the fact that the natives in the game did not stay still like robots. Their lives would only begin to advance according to a fixed path the moment the players came into contact with them. The eyes of the soldiers from both armies were bloodshot as the attacks on each other gradually intensified. The brothers were telepathically connected. There was no need for words as they followed Chinyao and launched their attacks. Rows of Rahu soldiers were instantly sent flying. Madman clan! Kill! Even the battle-hardened players were shocked by this scene. At this moment, the competitor's face was obviously filled with shock. The players who witnessed this scene from afar were also shocked. Every second, a large number of soldiers would fall, but not a single soldier would be shocked by this. Even their fear had faded at this moment. This was because they lived in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. That was why they had thought about their future. The eyes of the Rahu soldiers were bloodshot as they began to punch the giant shields in a frenzy. Players often mentioned in the forum that one of the most admirable things about Battle Online was its complete worldview. In the distance, as the battle intensified, the commanders of both armies had joined the fray as well. Praying to the gods for protection was the stupidest thing to do if one wanted to live. However, the players had always killed the 9 Luminaries brothers who were alone. They had never thought that they could be so destructive when they joined forces. The few of them immediately approached Gani when they heard him. Seeing this, Chin Yao grinned ferociously and suddenly charged toward Gani. When the players leaped over the steep slope in front of the Mystic Heaven territory and could clearly see the 2 armies fighting, they were all shocked by what they saw. This was the bloody and cruel war of conquest in a large territory. In the distance, they were different from the 9 Luminaries brothers. Although there were many forces in the Rahu land, they were ultimately of the same clan. They would not start a war unless there was a huge conflict between them. At this moment, blue and red waves of fire collided. Deafening battle cries were heard on the vast battlefield. Their voices echoed in every corner of the battlefield. Brothers, I heard that Rahu is participating in this battle to become the Lord of the Abyssal Prefect. Even if they were to lose this battle, they would never retreat. The Lord of Rahu had begun. Demonization. All the soldiers entered the demonized state as their physical strength increased continuously. As the defenders, the 9 Luminaries army was ready for battle. The giant shield warriors were at the forefront of the battle. The fear in Chen Yao and the others who were standing on the top floor of the Mystic Heaven Pavilion had faded. All that was left was a strong desire to fight. Soldiers were fighting with all their might as far as their eyes could see. The war between the 2 territories had officially begun. In terms of combat experience, they were far behind the 4 9 Luminaries brothers. It was not a joke to say that lives were as worthless as grass in a war. It was the most appropriate description for every soldier. The 4 brothers roared in unison. The ground beneath their feet cracked instantly as they turned into 4 streams of light and charged toward the Azura demon god's projection. The battle was even crueler. All the soldiers had no choice but to fight to the death because they knew that the moment they fell, they would become a lowly corpse that was trampled on by others. Ha ha ha, the first one! Hua Yao roared in excitement. He looked up at the sky and licked the falling blood rain. Seeing this, Hu Yao and the others followed Qin Yao and descended. They were ready to fight to the death with their fourth brother. As his voice fell, countless figures rose into the air around the battlefield and charged toward the place where the battle was the fiercest. These competitors were like Jiamu. They were the most outstanding representatives of their respective clans. They were also the most promising competitors of their clans. Seeing the Azura demon god's projection approaching, Qin Yao, who was at the back of the 9 luminaries' army, grinned evilly. It was just like the oath of allegiance they swore to their king the moment they chose to become soldiers. The 9 luminaries were never one person, but 9. Yaluo clan. Kill. However, the 4 brothers had already appeared beside him. Each of them grabbed a part of his body and exerted their strength at the same time. They trusted Gani very much because they knew that Gani was the strongest among the candidates for King Luoho. To die in battle, it was one of the best endings for them because they were soldiers and, more importantly, warriors. Even though they were not there yet, the deafening battle cries coming from afar were equally shocking. However, to his surprise, Qin Yao and the other 3 changed their direction at the same time as they approached. The 4 of them punched and destroyed the demon god's projection on the body of a competitor on the right. They grabbed his body at the same time and tore him into pieces once again. After that, the dark blue ocean-like charging army attacked. Roar! The giant bronze beast raised its head and roared. It moved its limbs and began to charge as well. This was the true strength of the 9 luminaries' brothers. The ground shook violently at this moment. All the demonized soldiers began to move and roared as they charged forward. The scene was like a rolling wave of fire that surged forward. It was an oppressive feeling. The scene shocked the other candidates for King Luoho. The moment they approached the battlefield, they locked onto a candidate for King Luoho. The 4 of them attacked at the same time and instantly destroyed the Azura demon god projection. Dark blue flames that were completely different from the Luoho soldiers appeared on their bodies and slowly surrounded them and their mounts. Black Demon Clan. Kill. Everyone fight. Qin Yao leaped from the top and landed on the ground. I'll die with no regrets, fighting for my king. At this moment, the elders of the Luoho clan levitated into the air and shouted the order to attack. The only way was to kill all the enemy soldiers in front of them in the cruelest and most merciless way. It was to fight for a chance of survival for themselves and their own forces. At the back of the Luoho army, the tribe leader looked at the battlefield and said calmly, "Kill!" The cruel truth of war was embellished with fresh blood on the vast battlefield. In terms of combat experience, the brothers had gone through 10,000 years of battles. None of them were rookies, and they would not be scared off by a temporary disadvantage. The deaths of Yu Yao, Ri Yao, and the others made the players think that although the 9 luminaries brothers were strong, they were still mediocre. At this moment, Qin Yao and the others had proven to the players that they were the kings of the land of the 9 luminaries with their bloodthirsty and arrogant 2 kills. Galu Clan. Kill. Chapter 453. The combat power that Qin Yao and his brothers displayed shocked Gani and the others. They thought that among the current top forces in the land of the 9 luminaries, only Xin Yao, the king of 9 luminaries, would be their match. However, they had obviously miscalculated this time. After killing this candidate, Qin Yao and the other 4 brothers immediately pounced on another candidate in front of them. Protect him! The demon god shadow behind Gani immediately roared and pounced on Qin Yao, who was at the front. A crimson battle blade appeared in the demon god shadow's hand, and Gani's eyes were filled with endless battle intent. Although Qin Yao and his brothers were powerful, it would be a proof of their strength if they could kill 4 of them. However, to his surprise, Qin Yao suddenly retreated the moment the battle blade fell. Then Hu Yao, Mu Yao, and Shui Yao moved forward and quickly made hand signs. 3 giant blue snakes suddenly formed and coiled up, restraining Gani's attack. While Gani was frowning, Qin Yao suddenly appeared behind him. His right hand turned into a blade and slashed at Gani's neck. At this moment, Gani panicked and wanted to control the demon god's shadow to defend himself. However, the demon god's shadow was entangled by the 3 giant snakes, and he could not spare any strength to resist Qin Yao's attack. A blue flowing light flashed on his hand blade. The hand blade slashed through the air and a sharp sound was heard. At this critical moment, a few candidates beside Gani attacked at the same time and controlled the demon god's shadow to attack Qin Yao. Seeing this, Qin Yao revealed a bloodthirsty smile. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. He appeared next to a candidate and slashed down with his hand blade. It could be said that Qin Yao did not intend to kill Gani from the beginning. The moment he attacked, he was already prepared to move. This was an absolute advantage in terms of battle experience. Crack! Qin Yao's hand blade hit the demon god's shadow outside the candidate's body. Cracks instantly spread all over the demon god's shadow's body before it collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. While the candidate was still in shock, Qin Yao's right arm moved like a snake and grabbed the candidate's neck. His left hand quickly followed up. Under the horrified gazes of Gani and the others, this person was split into 2. Looking at Qin Yao, who was bathed in the rain of blood and grinning hideously, their hearts trembled. Ha ha ha, 4th brother, good job! Hua Yao shouted excitedly. He then manipulated the spirit snake to coil around Gani's blade and bite him. When the other 2 brothers saw this, they immediately cooperated and wanted to kill Gani. Seeing this, Gani immediately activated his strongest power. Many scarlet characters instantly appeared on the surface of the demon god's phantom's body. Its power suddenly skyrocketed and it flung Hu Yao and the other 2 away. At this moment, Qin Yao suddenly appeared beside him and punched the demon god's head, sending him crashing into the ground. Attacking and defending as one, the 4 brothers caused more than 10 people to fall into a disadvantageous position. This was the guarantee that the brothers would be able to become abyssal prefects. After tens of thousands of years of fighting, they had the experience to deal with any kind of battle. The 9 brothers started off as ordinary soldiers. Just like abyssal prefect Sangshu, they used battle after battle to prove themselves. Step by step, their rich experience and techniques were backed by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Risking life-killer moves were as easy as eating and drinking in their battles. They had already become a part of their lives. Coupled with the brothers' absolute trust and tacit cooperation, they were fearless when they attacked together. At this moment, even though there were more than 10 contestants, they were clearly at a disadvantage. As time passed, 2 more people were killed by Qin Yao's 4 brothers. Using the strength of 4 people to fight against more than 10 ghost kings so arrogantly, this was what the brothers wanted to do to their heart's content. And the fear on their enemies' faces were the spoils of war they wanted to see the most. This scene was also seen by the tribe king who was behind Luo Ho's army. At this moment, he slowly spoke. It seems that the long period of peace has caused them to lose too much. Yeah. How can their battle methods compare to ours back then? At that time, even the weakest few people in the Rahu region were much stronger than them, let alone the 2 of us. Luo Xiao stared at the battlefield and said in a deep voice, "That's right. How can their battle methods compare to ours? Looks like their tribe elders will have to take action. If they continue fighting like this, I'm afraid none of them will survive." The tribe king frowned slightly. "No need, I'll go. After all, the 9 luminaries are my sacrifices." Luo Xiao let out a sinister smile. "Your strength is only at the Ghost King level. All right, cultivation level doesn't represent everything. Don't forget, I was once a god." As he spoke, Luo Xiao's figure turned into a black stream of light and flew toward the center of the battlefield. Looking at Luo Xiao, who was leaving, the tribe king could not help but sigh. He was not worried that Luo Xiao could not deal with Qin Yao and the rest. Although his strength was only at the early Ghost King level, as Luo Xiao said, he was once a god. Even if he lost the power of the Azura Transformation Dao, he still grasped the power of the Azura Extreme Dao, the self-sacrifice Dao, and the Physique Dao. At his peak, he had even comprehended the power of the Azura Law. Against Qin Yao and the rest, it was impossible for Luo Xiao to lose. He sighed because the immortal slaying path that Luo Xiao walked on was almost a dead end. Facing the attack of Qin Yao and the rest, Gani and the rest were extremely nervous. They could not predict the next attack point of Qin Yao and the rest, and could only deal with it. In this kind of battle, they were beaten to the point where they could not fight back. But they did not dare to retreat, because they might become King Luo Hua in the future. At this moment, they were the focus of Luo Hua's soldiers. If the person who might become the king in the future ran away, how were they going to convince the masses in the future? Therefore, even if they had the determination to die, they had to grit their teeth and hold on. They had to use all their means to resist Qin Yao and the rest, and think of a way to fight back. When another candidate for King Luo Hua was torn apart, Gani finally could not hold it in anymore. The demon god shadow behind him roared angrily. He activated the demon god shadow with all his might and attacked Qin Yao, wanting to fight with his life on the line. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Then he only felt his vision go black. His vision quickly retreated, and then his body fiercely smashed onto the ground. Gani hurriedly got up, looked into the distance, and immediately saw a familiar figure. He had crimson hair and bronze-colored skin that looked like it was made of reinforced steel. It shone with a dark luster under the sunlight. His naked upper body was also outlined with dark red lines, and his gaze was extremely oppressive. Luo Xiao. Gani did not know much about this person. He only knew that this person seemed to have a great relationship with the king. When the king said that this person would also participate in the battle for King Luo Hua, Gani only had one thought, and that was to get in through connections. Because Luo Xiao had never displayed his strength, he did not have the prestige to match his strength in the various races. All the candidates, including Gani, looked at this person with disdain and did not think that this person would be a match for them. But just now, when Luo Xiao sent him flying with a kick, he did not even have time to react, and that huge force shocked him even more. Then, a scene that shocked Luo Xiao even more happened. A scarlet mark slowly appeared on Luo Xiao's forehead, and the dark red lines on his body emitted a scarlet luster. Azura Soul! Seeing this scene, the shock in Gani's eyes could not be any greater. If Yi Sherwin's Azura word was the ultimate power of the killing curse path, then the Azura Soul mark that Luo Xiao displayed at this moment was the strongest ultimate power of the physique path. Looking at Luo Xiao's disdainful gaze, Gani secretly gritted his teeth. However, at this moment, Luo Xiao's gaze suddenly turned to the right. Then Hu Yao's figure appeared on his right, and he reached out and grabbed his right arm. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yao, Mu Yao, and Shui Yao appeared around him at the same time, each grabbing a part of his body. Die! Hu Yao's arrogant laughter appeared. Then, the four of them exerted force at the same time, preparing to tear Luo Xiao into pieces. Then a scene that surprised them happened, because Luo Xiao's body was not torn into pieces, and he was still standing in the same place. Die! Qin Yao and the other three roared again and began to tear with all their might. However, Luo Xiao just stood there calmly, allowing them to pull him. The ultimate power, Azura Soul, gave him the strongest physical body in the Azura path. Even though he only had the strength of an early-stage Ghost King, he was still not something that Qin Yao and the others could tear apart. At this moment, Qin Yao and the others' hearts were beating wildly, while a disdainful smile appeared on Luo Xiao's face. Then he turned around and grabbed Hu Yao, grabbed his hair and pressed him to the ground. Boom! Hu Yao's head was stuffed into the ground. Seeing that their brother was being controlled, Qin Yao and the other two ruthlessly swung their fists towards Luo Xiu's neck. Roar! Luo Xiu opened his arms, and immediately the shadow of a crimson demon clad in armor appeared behind him, and instantly sent Qin Yao and the others flying. How is this possible? The power of Azura! Looking at the Azura demon behind Luo Xiu, which was more than 5 times larger than the demon behind them, Gani and the others were dumbfounded. The power of the demon they summoned came from the Azura path of self-sacrifice, and among this power, the ultimate was the power of Azura, which was also the ultimate power of the path of self-sacrifice. Just now, when Luo Xiu displayed the power of the physical body, it had already shocked them to the extreme. This was because in the entire Rahu region, other than the tribe leader and the other 2 old tribe elders, there was no one else who had mastered the power of the path of extreme. However, even the tribe leader and the others had only mastered one type of the Azura path of extreme. However, at this moment, this competitor, whom they thought to be someone who had the least chance of success, had actually displayed the power of 2 types of Azura path of extreme. At this moment, Gani and the others fell into a state of disbelief. A guy without any race origin, had always been more outstanding than them. Die. At this moment, Qin Yao and the others closed in again and launched a frenzied attack. However, Luo Xiu just stood there, enduring the storm-like attacks. The moment he moved, Qin Yao and the others were once again sent flying. 8-armed Azura! Luo Xiu murmured softly. Crimson flames engulfed the entire body of the Azura demon. The demon behind him swayed, and 6 more arms grew from his back. Seeing this, the players who were watching the battle from afar were in a state of shock. F***CK boss, isn't this the power of the demonic god? Sun Qi, who was also watching the battle, suddenly turned to look at Guyu and said, Guyu is also shocked. I also remember that boss demonic god used this ability when he was fighting Hitorigami. Why does he know it too? Could it be that this guy is also the disciple of the demonic god, your senior? Sun Qi immediately said, No, I think it should be the demonic god. He has also cultivated the path of Azura. Looking at Luo Xiu from afar, Guyu made a guess with a serious expression.